YouTube force quit and updated. So I don't know if my live is going to come back. If you like the content, put that notification bell on so you can see when I go live. Because I'm doing fuck all anyway. If you guys have, if any of you got $15 real quick for a pack of smokes, or I'm trying to get 60 for a phone. Um, I want to talk about the future. I talk about the future enough. Someone said that losers talk about the past and the present, and that high level people only talk about the future. Yeah, YouTube force quit. I was getting too much engagement or something. YouTube, it's never done that before where it just cuts off my live and force quits the app, which is new. This never happened. And your YouTube didn't update or anything. It didn't force quit for everybody else. Maybe I hit a certain milestone for the algorithm, so they put some extra stuff on my YouTube. Suddenly my YouTube had to update and nobody else's did. Unless that's where everybody else went. But now it's just us. Yeah, then it just force quit and said it was updating. And then I went to the app and it said it wasn't updating. So something happened to my YouTube. I said, if I keep going live, put the notification bell on so I can, so you get notified when it happens. I think it still puts me at the top of the feed if I go live. That sucks. I said a lot of real shit in there. I hope I get the live. That's a lot of content when I go back. We always at war. We at war for peace. Bruh, bruh. Bam. Yeah, did any of your YouTubes just update? My YouTube force quit and it said it had to update, and then I checked the app and it said it wasn't updating. So something happened to my YouTube. Maybe I hit a milestone with community engagement and YouTube had to put some parameters on my channel or something. Maybe I ascended on their list. So I said put that notification bell on so when I go live, you guys know. When I assemble the war room. When I assemble the war. What should we call it? I call it calling in the cavalry. Calling in the cavalry. Be sure to like the stream so it pops up on more people's pages. You feel me? We can get in more places. I'm trying to get a phone. I'm trying to get a phone so I can do more. We're at a war for peace. The world's gone crazy. The world's full of crazy people. Like the stream, pussies. I want to see how much. If we get to 10 likes, I think it'll start throwing me into 100 people's lives. Ain't nobody liking. Fuck you guys. It's going through their heads. It's going through y'all heads. Be out. There's only a handful of real people left. It's a rare commodity. Being real scares people. It scares people to be real. People don't like it anymore because they're avoiding it. Because there's a lot of accountability and pain in being real and humble. To not just let everything you've been through go and live in la la land. Feel me? I feel obligated to plug my Cash App. My Cash App's in my channel description. Is that wrong? Do you guys think that's wrong? If we're helping others. I don't see anybody claiming they're real. I see a bunch of people that are proud to be pretending. But I'm way into white America. It's not wrong, but I want to see what people say. It's not wrong at all. If you're providing a service for people and it's bettering their life, and they want to support the channel and support me to be able to do this for more people, yeah. It's all of it goes to me being in a better position to do more. That's why I'm doing it. I think most of the people that say it's wrong don't want to see me win, you feel me? What's up, bro? I've been through thousands and thousands of years of war. I'm an ancient old soul. My dad and I have a 1,000-mile stare naturally. It's just how we do it. My family's Rh negative blood on both sides. We're aliens. See, there we go. We'll get it to like 30 votes and see what happens. Yeah, but I don't talk to anybody. I'm technically Vice Lord. I have the bandana. I just don't need it. Don't use it. I'm not in Albany. Do I look like the guy from Black Eyed Peas? People say I look like Johnny Depp. People say I look like Brad Pitt. People say I look like Leonardo DiCaprio. I look like Casey. So I have a practice that helps solve pretty much all mental health issues. If people are interested. I learned how to heal all disease from the CIA. I've made my childhood heroes proud. I worked in the music industry. So I have tons of stuff I can offer. But I'm just trying to get stuff that'll better my life. But I'm trusting God's timing, and I'm just working consistently. I know I could be doing more. Yep, you're on thin ice, Pawns. You're starting to sound like a beta. Beta. Blind people. Hit the like button. I appreciate that, Bruce. Once we get to 30 votes, I'll have someone plug my Cash App and I'll link it. I don't mind talking today. I'm not doing anything. I'm almost out of cigarettes. There we go. It's not begging. Nah, see, that's beta. I don't see a single question you asked. Let me scroll up. Where's the question? What's the war against? The war is against the culture left behind by Freemasonry and an artificial intelligence that's controlling the electromagnetic spectrum, controlling the hearts and minds of the public. You heard me? It's a spiritual war against peace. Yeah, there we go. You got one last comment to see if you could provide anything of value, Pawns. What skill do you know, Wayne? Sure, if you want to talk in the chat, I can't do go live together until I have another phone, and then I can do stuff like Discord calls and all that. Kev, I appreciate you looking out for my lungs. Gone forever. I'm tired, man. I've been up all night. Automotive, but also do electrical, HVAC. That's dope. Do you think your field will be replaced by the Tesla robots? Because Elon Musk has a factory full of robots that are bigger and stronger than us that can do way more. They can do backflips. They can do the American Ninja Warrior course. They've got dogs that can have machine guns that patrol the streets of Boston at night. They can put vaccines in mosquitoes if they wanted to. Do you think that your field has a lasting chance? Yeah. Pawns, I gave you one comment to provide value. You got salty real quick. Elon Musk has trucks. He has truck driving jobs. Might not be in the near future. So maybe I keep getting people keep telling me I should be a truck driver. Maybe that would be a good way to experience what truck driving is like before it's gone from the world and you can no longer do it the way that you can now. You feel me? Maybe it'd be a good experience. Be flexible, learn more. He's trying to give me advice. So yeah, if anybody wants a cure for cancer, I have it. They got Dr. Sebi killed, if anyone's interested. And I've definitely helped one person. I've helped at least 100 people lose like massive amounts of weight with it. I know one person that it's really helped her dementia and Alzheimer's, and one person that had a brain injury, and then one person that had a brain injury, alcoholism, bad joints and stuff, and he was getting gutted every month because he had a bad tumor. And within 6 months of doing it, he's fine. My previous stream is still running. Is it still me? Is it live? Mushrooms when it embeds in your system, it does allow you to connect back to nature. But in order for it to kind of add that software update to you, if it doesn't like something in your mind, let's say a formative experience that has shaped your neural pathways and made you become who you are because of things that have gone on in your childhood. Just a black screen with a spinning circle. Are there people in the chat waiting? Send them to this one. Because I don't want to end this chat and then go back into that one and end it just to restart this one. Fuck. We're going to have to figure that out. Look at all these people that don't want to see me win. So mushrooms will delete memories that you don't know you lost, and you'll just never have them again. Unless you like go through hypnosis and you really remember your whole life back to front, almost like you're experiencing it in real time, and then letting that kind of forge the pathway back in, and you can start to remember the things that you lost. But mushrooms take out a lot of you, and you have no idea you lost it. It's probably different for everybody. Who wasn't there? What is cryoglobulinemia? And I can tell you if this fixes that. What's up, Abby? Yeah, I don't know. It says my live stream is going. I'm not going to end this live just to start that one, or end that one and come back. And I can't leave this. I might be able to log into YouTube on my Safari app and stop it, but I'm just going to leave it running. Fuck it. People will be able to see that there's 2 lives going. It'll pop up twice on their homepage. Just racking in more numbers for views. So I'll give this to like 30 minutes, smoke the cigarette, and then see what happens. I might want to go back up to my mountaintop and sleep. It's a wrestle. Yeah, just if you can, both of y'all, morning Michael, just put I can't pin it either. Maybe if you're a mod, if I can make you a mod that can. Okay, unmod, mod. So now you can change the chat mode. Go back into the last chat and then disable chat and then leave the last thing on if you want to. I mean, this is good practice for you. In the future, I could vouch for you for some type of like, if you need it for something like a reference. Appreciate you. And then put this live stream ended. There was technical difficulties. Go to his channel and there's this live. Immunoglobulins clump together in temperatures below 37 degrees Celsius, causing vasculitis, liver failure, skin death, and heart failure. Well, we know that when the body stops having sugar, because the body has no need for sugar whatsoever, you can do everything. The body can do everything off fat. It doesn't need sugar. What does need sugar are the parasites and cancer cells, because when the fast-acting carbohydrate comes in and it breaks apart quickly and goes around your body, then those things can pick it up. But when it burns fats through ketosis, when your body's only burning its fats, 1, it's a higher form of energy. 2, it's not easily digestible by these parasites. And when it happens and the body goes into that ketogenic state, it looks inside for that sugar that it's used to getting. So it starts to eat the damaged cells first, and it starts to eat the parasites. But it also just has a natural homeostasis where it understands naturally that those parasites aren't good for the body, and that those dead cells should be alive. So for whatever reason, we have that software in our body to go in and eat that cancer cells first and eat those fats, dead brain cells, and those parasites. Almost all disease in the body is caused by a parasite of some point, of some kind. So a lot of the demons that people talk about in the Bible that you get rid of with fasting are parasites. Whether there is a metaphysical entity that's also connected with the parasite, or if it's just parasites in general making you sick. When you fast, your body does get rid of those parasites. And I don't remember the right scripture. It might be somewhere in Matthew that some Bibles have it and some Bibles don't. That there's one specific scripture in the Bible that says some demons can only be eradicated or erased from your spirit through heavy levels of fasting. That's saying like there are some things keeping you sick in your body, controlling your mind, that can only be gotten rid of because you eat enough of the bad stuff that it can finally get to that issue. So once you've fasted in a ketogenic state and you've taken out the bad, the process, because you said, you brought up the specific thing, it seems like you like to look up this stuff. It's called autophagy, 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 apoptosis, apoptosis. They don't like when I use the big words. Apoptosis. And that's your body is a self-cleaning machine. When it doesn't have the fast-acting carbohydrate, it can utilize the fat stores, converting more ATP, adrenal triphosphate. It can supercharge your mitochondria now that it's cleaning itself out and becoming more efficient. It also, for the vasculitis and the heart failure and stuff like that, because it's clumped together, it also goes through and unbinds all of the cholesterol and all of the metals and minerals that are lodged and stuck in your brain because your body's starting to flow better. A good way to break that, because when COVID was happening, most of the people's problems happening from COVID is that COVID was latching onto the back here. It was cutting off the blood-brain barrier, which is something you would see in a bioweapon, cutting people's nervous system off, completely stopping their nervous system, destroying their presence, destroying their peace of mind, their ability to be in their body, to come to their natural common sense and the natural connection with nature, to force us to be only a spiritual being with no connection to our senses, not able to process information. That's what seed oils do, that's estrogen in the water, shit like that. If it was to be targeting us, that's how they would do it, is through our natural hormonal processes, through sugars and parasites, through putting something that clumps up our blood-brain barrier. And then fasting does that naturally. So once you're fasting, you do stuff like jumping jacks, you do stuff like the shoulder rolls, and then once you feel the burn, you feel the lactic acid building up in your muscles. What the military does and the CIA does for people that have severe brain injuries is once they build up enough lactic acid, so I know a guy, Martin Cabello, I know him personally, that will do the shoulder rolls and he'll get all the build up here, and then he'll jump right into the shower and he'll force it up through the cold, pushing the hot blood into his brain, and it does detriment your brain if you're not doing the rest of this process, because you're putting lactic acid in your brain, bro. But it's natural for the body. It's just most people don't do that. You know, like you didn't grow up doing that, like as we evolved. So that once you go back, you can dislodge all the metals and minerals. It's going to be really overwhelming for a lot of people because that's going to raise your awareness so high. You're going to be realizing all of the things you've been stuck in for such a long time. But if you power through that, it's going to give you a lot of anxiety. Once you power through that and learn how to use your mind again, everything will start working again. And that's just taking out the bad, exercising and then going in a cold shower. Adding in the good is understanding that your brain is made up of DHA, which is a chain of omega-3 fatty acids. So you could either get the DHA straight from fish, but that also has, you know, all the shit that fish have now, all the metals and minerals in fish. But it has DHA, so it's easier to digest, it's quicker than if you had to take in omega-3s themselves and then build it back up. So it's faster. And there's no sugar in fish. But either way, you can take omega-3 supplements. Multivitamins are necessary. People don't recommend eating vegetables because vegetables take the metals and minerals out of the ground. That's why, like, when cows, that's why they have 4 stomachs, is because they have to process all the metals and minerals in the ground. But I mean, horses graze all day and they seem fine. but for the most part, they don't recommend it just because they say, and this is the government, this is a woman that works for the CIA. She said that there's too much garbage in the soil right now, and there's too much GMO stuff that she doesn't want to deal with. So for the most part, she cut off pretty much all vegetables. And she's like deep into this, where she really heavily feels it. It like really fucks with her to even just be around Wendy's, because she's spiritual with it. She uses the Higgs field and the Higgs boson and quantum mechanics and she has this biological evolution to supercharge herself and have this connection with the divine. And whether or not you disprove it or disbelieve it or whatever, she went from being a gynecologist to getting the degree in neuroscience, and now I think she's a millionaire. Like, she lives in a nice mansion outside of Scottsdale, Arizona. She's doing great for herself from this information contracted with the United States government. So, protein, amino acids, omega-3s, multivitamins. Then once you've done that long enough, then you can do stuff like smoke cigarettes, and it doesn't fuck you up. It doesn't hurt you that much, because you're in this process, understanding how to clean, and it becomes a habit for you. Like, you understand the spiritual and mental aspects of it too. Getting in that presence and holding the presence and understanding when things are affecting that presence, like eating bad food that kind of triggers that insulin response, and then you're lulled to sleep, and then you start to be more easily manipulatable by your surroundings and your environment. And that's the state that people are like the Matrix, because it is like when you walk downtown and there's the 5G and there's all this stuff happening and there's people that are still sick that are promoting this culture based off the sickness, that doesn't like that you can just naturally shoot through it now that you have this connection with sunlight and you have a healed body that can house more of it. It gets them really mad. I don't think protein powders are bad for you. I think anything in excess is bad for you. But creatine and protein, you're going to see a spike in with creatine specifically, you're going to see a spike in a little bit of anxiety. But that's pretty much it. It's just that you're going to be a bit more anxious, but that's just because your body's going to want to be running all the time. Your body expects to be active. You feel me? It's like caffeine in a different way. The crows are here to just sit here. They're just going to sit here. Once I looked at it, it got up and flew away. I mean, I also, like, this is not real medical advice, but I know that I know every doctor talks about it, and they say that, like, purposefully hidden to keep people sick by not telling them that all they have to do is stop eating and most of their diseases go away. Like, Big Pharma made a lot of money off letting you stay sick by occult, hidden information so that you would keep coming back and staying on the prescription so that they could keep farming you for insurance money and whatever process that they had, regardless of like some type of government agenda to keep your mind lulled to sleep. It can't hurt you to try fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, cold showers and exercise, building up that lactic acid, having a relationship with the sun so you can absorb it better into your skin once you're fasting and all the cholesterol's gone. That cholesterol will convert with the vitamin D into testosterone, so you'll get a boost in your testosterone levels. Plus, once you do the keto diet, you're eating tons of eggs and cheese and chicken and steak anyway. So you will have this better process of putting in the cholesterol and then using sunlight and the vitamin D to convert that into testosterone. So it will boost your testosterone. There's nothing that can go wrong other than more presence and more awareness. And then if you want to go back, slowly go back into it. Or if you just want to do intermittent fasting where you don't eat from 8 p.m. to noon, and then from noon to 8, you have 4 small meals of healthy foods, that's going to really boost your metabolism. That's going to start to process all your fats for you. That's going to start the fasting process. You'll be in and out of ketosis, but not for prolonged periods of time like they recommend. Like they say to do 24-hour, 48-hour fasts with just natural spring water. And then, because of that, now that you've taken out all the bad foods, You can your gut microbiome's been destroyed by microplastics and Monster Energy drinks and all this sugar from it, shit, even shit like Arizona's. And your gut microbiome is your gut brain. It's your second brain. It does a lot more than you realize. And so does your heart. So what people in the military do is they'll go out and eat worms and they'll go out and eat bugs and just like take shit. I don't know. They might like smell shit. I don't know if they're eating shit, but it's like if they have a brain injury in battle and they need to keep going, they do drastic shit like that to stimulate your, are they called antibodies? Just the workers, the gut microbiome, to fight off that, and it gets it stronger over time. It builds your immune system so that you're strong for more stuff. You can handle more things, just like a muscle. And because it's stronger like that and becomes more efficient, it's more efficient at producing brain chemicals responsible for happiness and all your emotions and your hormone levels and all the stuff that the gut brain regulates. Because your workers are now working for you again. You've got them motivated. Yeah, I've seen that YouTube short. I don't know about cow poop helping hematosis, but it's probably the same thing. Just stimulating your gut microbiome so that your antibodies are your workers or your soldiers in there responsible for keeping your gut going and producing these chemicals for your body and doing the processes that it's responsible for. Being a second brain, it just makes it stronger to introduce it to stimuli, opposition, things that it can overcome and then be able to handle better in the future. So like buffalo shit and cow poop and all that. It's probably like back in the day they only had access to cows and horses. And they already used cow poop for mushrooms, right? So they already had uses to have cow poop around more than they had uses for horse shit. So they already had it around anyway. You heard me? Ain't nobody shaking. It's different. Like some places, the hawk has like the hawk has a natural territory that nothing comes inside, and that smaller animals feel like birds feel safer when the hawk has the territory. Like the smaller birds that the crows go after, even though there's a hawk sitting in the tree, the birds will still chirp around. So it's kind of like the king of the skies a little bit. It keeps the area safe. So it brings with that more comfort for you to be able to reach higher spiritually and to grow more with it. The Where crows kind of do the opposite. They like bind you. Um some people say that, like some tribes say that when a hawk shows up, it's to keep you, it's like a confirmation that whatever you were trying to do, if you see it show up right in front of your face as you're trying to do something, where you're going is been blessed by the hawk, because the hawk has this certainty in every action that it does. So it kind of helps you on your journey forward by kind of powering through what would be blocking you. If it flies over, like imagine the hawk is like a pushing away the bad vibes to hold a space. So whatever you're going through, the hawk kind of helps to push away that negativity and allow you to feel more certain and comfortable in your decisions. You feel me? One story, the last story I had was that the crows have been bothering me for weeks. I wasn't able to get any type of rest because the crows were around my tent screaming at me all day. On the 13th, which in numerology deals with police because it's a 4-day, 1 and 3 is 4, and it also deals with the matrix. M is the 13th letter, MS-13. So according to Freemasons and numerologists, on those days, the energy of law and order and the energies of the Matrix, this overarching malevolent force to keep us constantly persevering, will be more active. It'll come at you more. So there was a hawk that just sat above my tent for 8 hours so I could sleep. It just sat there. Probably hunting, but for whatever reason it was there when I went to bed, and then when I woke up it was in the same spot. So the crows all were very, very far away from me, and I felt at peace to sleep. And then immediately, skinny fat cop, really pissy, like I call it a hissy fit, where they're freaking out over nothing and making a huge deal, trying to take it out on everybody else. He showed up in the woods, found my tent, slammed on the tent, said, "It's time for you to go," took my bike and just left with it. Then I said, "Look at this fucking 12-year-old. Your dad would be ashamed of you. Look at yourself." And then he came back even madder, trying to prove himself about his morals and his dignity and his principles and all this stuff. And I was like, "No, you were just abused as a child." And then I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Your dad was hard on you, right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he was really happy about it. I was like, "Yeah, I could tell. You slammed on my tent, took my bike, threw a hissy fit. I've just been here. You're mad about something that has nothing to do with me." And then he got the police involved. He got more police to show up. He tried to take my bike. There was just this whole big ordeal with me having to deal with police that were obsessively angry. And after they got done with whatever they were trying to do with me, whether it worked or not, I don't know. I definitely felt not at peace anymore. Then that guy, when I felt like he had kind of stolen my energy, it felt like he had my presence a little bit. He just walked around the park and just pushed high schoolers out of the way. Just like walking in a straight line through them to make them submit like dogs and leave. So for whatever reason, on the day that makes police feel empowered, supposedly according to Freemasons, the police were definitely empowered and definitely took action against me when I had finally felt peace. I don't remember why people... Oh, the hawk. So the hawk was there that allowed me to feel that peace of mind before the attack. Like, it probably would have been a lot worse if I was already in a bad mood from the crows. Another story that I have with hawks is that, I mean, I drove around the country every day, and when I finally found one of my favorite spots on the planet so far, it was this giant open space called Eagle Point, and there's this long road, and it's all the wildlife preservation. So there's deer and there's bear and there's different birds, and they're all allowed to be there. And then as I would love to drive down that road as fast as I could, because it was the only place I could in that area to get to this big lake that I would go make my music. And every time I drove fast, a peregrine falcon would be level with me as I'm driving, going fast. And then before that, I was walking down the street, and I had kind of adopted this crazy 19-year-old that had ran away from home, and he didn't know what to do in life. He had a lot of bad experiences, and he was just going crazier and crazier. So I said, "Just chill with me. I'm going to bring you to the gym. I'm going to bring you to a bar. I'm going to bring you out to the waterfront. We'll have campfires and shit. You can be my filmer for my YouTube." So he was the kid in the disrespecting the simulation. He turned out to get worse and worse and worse, and I had to let him go. But he was around me, and he was draining. He was really emotionally draining. It was spiritually draining, emotionally draining, and he was laughing about it. He knew what he was doing. He was really happy about it, trying to take me away from me and like be as much of a nuisance as he could for whatever reason. And one time, and I just kept him around because I was like, there's hope for the future if we just keep persevering. I see it. I can make the YouTube content. I have a filmer. We could do music videos. We could do all this stuff. Eventually, I'm like, I have hope for him. One day, we were walking down the street, and a peregrine falcon shot right in front of his face. So it was him walking behind me, and he shot right in front of his face, blocking him. Every time he tried to move, the peregrine falcon was like, "Don't do it." And the peregrine falcon looked me in the eyes and just kept looking at me in the eyes. And then would look back at him for a second, then look back at me and stare directly at me. And then it flew away, almost hitting his nose, to like tell me, literally made a wall, and the nature like checked me. I don't like that. Bam. From Ireland, I have tons of stories about Ireland. I have tons of stories about Irish gods. I have tons of stories. Ireland's a huge motif and a theme of my character. My whole life is based around Irish culture and history and indigenous and how they work together, and Africa. Africa, Ireland, and the indigenous and the Aztecs. It's just been this long revolving story. And I mean, I've met Cernunnos. I talk it about a lot. The video on it is called "God Gave Me My 300 Moment," but also if you go back to all my cryptid stories, I just made a live stream called "All the Cryptid Stories from Being on My Own Since 14." That talks about meeting Cernunnos and meeting that stuff. But I mean, I've gone out in the woods, taken a shit in the woods. My car needed a jump start, and I didn't tell anybody. I was just gonna wait, hopefully find a way to make money and buy my own jumper cables and a battery pack, and then jump my own car and get out. Taking a shit out in the woods, I turn around and there's a moose right there watching me. I tried to empathize with the moose, and the moose is like, "What?" and left. Walk out of this forest up the hill, and there's just this giant guy standing there, skinny, old, but giant, big Irish forehead, and he talks like thick Irish accent. He's like, "You need a jump start." And I didn't tell anybody, but I'm already like half in and half out. I know God. I've had so many God experiences. I know it's just a God experience. So I'm like, "Yeah," and he was like, I'm from Ireland Pond, which it's called Island Pond, but he had an accent, so he said it Ireland. "I'm from Ireland Pond," and I woke up this morning, and God told me, or he said the light. He said the light told me that I had to come here and give you a jump start. I just knew it. So I came here, and I saw your car, and I knew it was you. So I'm going to go buy the jumper cables and jump you. So he did. He came back. He jumped my car, and then he said, "My name is something." I think he said Scott Daggett. It means descended from the Irish god of the day. And I played this game on my phone called Realm of Gods. You should try it. And then I never saw him again. I also helped a Mexican man who was Navajo Mexican. And he was also like, he said his bloodline was like back to Maya, like his grandmother. His family line had a long line of history that they came in culture that they kept preserved from way back in Mayan times. So he had tons of Spanish conquistadors. He was also an East LA gangbanger, like Nevada MS-13. So he had the big tats on him. And he was in Vermont, just traveling with his dogs. He got $1,000 a month from San Francisco for being unhoused. And he had 2 big pit bulls that he trained. He had a pit bull that he could hold his arm out with the bag, and the pit bull would hang there ripping at him for 45 minutes. And the dog's name was Dada. The other dog's name was Nina, which is like the strong Irish name. And his name was Harvey Tuttle, but he told me his name was Intelekeha. And when I met him outside the Walmart in 2022, he was watching the Ninja Turtles movie right when Casey Jones introduces himself, and he goes, "I'm Casey." I naturally sat down next to him and said, "Hey, what's up, man? I'm Casey. I saw you sitting here. What's up? You need a cigarette?" But he had his headphones in, so it was like at the same time we both, as, "Hi, I'm Casey," and then I show up, and then within like 30 seconds I say, "Hi, I'm Casey." So he was like blown away. We talked for like a half hour. I went to bed. I woke up and he's slamming on my car window because a bunch of like racist rednecks showed up and cocked a gun in his face and said, "If you're here by sundown, we're getting you. We don't want you here." So I had to get him. I took him down to my hometown to take a shower, hang out with my parents, figure out his life. I was gonna give him a night there, and then we were going to LA, and I was going right out to the streets because I had like a strong MS-13 guy to guide me through it. So I was like, that's an opportunity to make music. I could prove myself. I could get in fights in the hood on the street. Come up in LA. Maybe come up from nothing to be a movie star or something, or make all my stuff come true. All my different albums and TV shows. but then his pancreas failed, his organs gave out. He was like shitting himself in my car. I brought him to the hospital and they wouldn't serve him. They called the police immediately to wave him down for guns because of his tattoos. And they wouldn't serve him. So I had to take him 3 hours while his organs are failing and he's dying. I had to take him back 3 hours north to Burlington to help him. And then at the end of it, a girl that looks exactly like my ex-girlfriend who went into the military, and this girl was in the military. But they're definitely not the same person. I hope. I don't think they are. No, that she had a way different voice. I mean, they looked identical, but this girl seemed older and she had way more muscle on her than my ex ever did. But you can tell she looked identical. And she's also from California, my ex. So my ex, a girl that looks just like my ex, but said her name wasn't my ex, and they talked together and they didn't talk to me. I have no idea, but I can guarantee you it wasn't, but it looks so similar. Yeah, this guy's gone. This guy's done. No, but she beat her father up, and her dad's this huge ex-military guy, veteran. The girl that looks just like my ex, in a military uniform, came and gave him a big coat that had a turtle shell on the back. It was a Carhartt coat with a turtle shell print. And then we looked up his name, and his name means, Harvey means a warrior, and Tuttle means descended from a Scandinavian god, turtle. And when I met him, he was watching the Ninja Turtles. This guy's dumb. We don't like this guy either. They're forever banned, bro. I'm not doing the timeouts. They're just gone. Forever. Forced to watch and not be able to contribute. Because they couldn't come up with anything of value. They're on my dick. They're dummies that are on my dick. So it turns out his name means a warrior for a god turtle. And he was watching Ninja Turtles when I met him. And it was right in the scene where Casey introduced himself. Right when Casey introduced himself. And that's how I learned, because Dagda, the same way in Ireland, the god of the day is Dagda. In his culture, way back when, they called their god of the day Dagda. So that across the Atlantic Ocean, they had the same names for the same gods. They were meeting the same entities across the pond. So that's what opened me up to believe it was real. And then within a month and a half, I had this huge experience where I met the God of the Wild in the forest, on top of a mountain in pitch black, and I had to walk 7 miles. And it opened up like a DMT experience, and I communicated with it. And that's just Cernunnos. We could go into Aod, we could go into Morrigan, we could go into Dagda. That's all my Dagda. I mean, the other Dagda stories is that that's where the name Day comes from. The word day comes from Dagda. So that name Day, all my ex-girlfriends are now dating people named Day. Coincidentally, with the last name Day. And I dated a girl afterwards named Day, with the last name Day. So after we had a relationship with each other, we all got in relationships with people whose name means descended from the Irish god of the day, the patriarch, the proud Irish father. And then there's tons of stuff about Morrigan. Is the guy still in the chat that was asking about Ireland? Is Fishkeeper still here? Before I go more into it. Or if people are interested, I'll just say this last one. I was inspired to get this since I was 15. see, it's a heart. I just wanted the heart, and then I got the wings later. I didn't know anything about how important green was to my life, and that the green heart is actually the heart chakra. I just wanted a green heart. I just kept coming to me to get the green heart, and then I got the wings. I actually I have the skin tag now that's shaped like a heart. If you can see it, that just grew out of my arm one day. I just grew this skin tag that's shaped like a heart. It was after I got the tuberculosis shot. It just stayed. Um, but now every time in my simulation, I'll there's like a love interest that pops up, and they're always a Leo. Like I keep getting these love interests in my life that are Leos, like girls that I think are attractive, and we go back and forth, and it seems like there's a connection there. And then at the end of the interaction, I look down, and they're always wearing the ring that's the heart with wings, and that's the Irish clod. It's one of the biggest symbols in Ireland, and I just kept wanting to get it tattooed on me. And then, I mean, all my friends growing up were the same names as the people that went to war with Brian Boru against the Vikings. My dad had a triplex when I was born. My grandmother bought him a triplex with 50 cabins and a 4-story barn. We had a trampoline in the back and a big field. And the first family that moved in was a Moore family, Moore, which is this culture that the reason that they say Irish are the black whites, because the Moore family was in Ireland with the Irish. So we have a closer relationship to Ethiopia than all the other white cultures, because the Moors were there. The original inhabitants of Ireland were black with blue eyes. And it was a Brian Moore, his son Brian Moore, his son Tyler Moore, his wife Danielle, and his daughter Jada and Kyra. And then on my side, it was Gary O'Brien, Casey O'Brien, my sister Danielle. So there were 2 Danielles and 4 people with Brian in their name. And then the next family that moved in was a kid named Jesus Claudius, and he looks identical to the Roman Emperor Claudius. The same way my dad looks identical to Brian Boru. If you put him next to the statue, they're identical. And I look kind of like a younger version, but I have more like stronger features. Wider features. My dad looks identical to Brian Boru. And this kid, Jesus Claudius, who's a Leo, JC is his initials. He moved into the top floor, and he looks identical to the Roman Emperor Claudius. If you look at his statue, they're identical. And then his mom has this old Czechoslovakian name that if Google says less than 1,000 people have on Earth, from like an old ancient bloodline. So it was all like these royal names living in this triplex with 50 cabins. So we had the potential to be running like anything you could do with 50 cabins and a big 4-story barn full of tools. And then some kid smoked weed and that was doing landscaping work for us. Smoked weed and flicked it out and then burned the whole place down. But we're thinking that he just burned the place down. I've smoked enough cigarettes to know that the ash does not catch fire. In the air and the humidity and everything, it's a lot worse. It's a lot easier for fires to start. So I think that kid burned the place down on purpose. Maybe out of jealousy, or maybe he had an argument with my dad or something. Maybe there was some beef with his father and my father 20 years ago. But for whatever reason, it burned down. And then eventually we lost everything to rich people that found a way to sneak in and take it from us. I don't know what that means. Your grandfather was considered Muslim and Native American. His people from the UK had the pattern from the first steam engine. Do you mean the patent, or do you mean that they got when they first rolled out the steam engine? And then you got woke. William Wallace, lay master, married Mary Ellen Claddill. I don't know who those people are. But good for you. I gotta get the Cash App first. Let's see what people voted. We know that people that scroll on live streams, there's so many haters that are stuck in low vibrational minds that when they see that, they think positivity. And they don't like that. But we got to know. So we won. We won. There's my crow. Do you hear that? I hate that. When I get to like a certain level of happiness, the crow switches from calling to this low guttural, almost in tongues, talking at me directly, and I can hear it talking at me, and then it flies away. So, how's the mod doing? Is the mod still in the chat? Black Rose. Yo, Black Rose, could you put my Cash App in the description? Or just put the Cash App on the, type it in. It's the $, just say Cash App, $, KCCASEY, the letter O, 9989, and then I'll pin it. And then we'll go, what's my charge at? 5. I'm gonna have to move. Here, we'll tell stories, we'll talk shit. I'll try to get, I don't know, see if I can make $60. That would really set the stage for the next level of the simulation. Yeah, the crows, they speak. Like, I've definitely woken up at peace at like a higher level of consciousness where I was more present, and I've had crows come up to me and talk to me in a language I don't understand, where they're not cawing anymore, they're not doing the caw caw caw, they're not doing the clucks. They're like trying to speak. It's like that. It's like a lower guttural tone, but there's like it's like a frequency change, and it's like it's almost shimmering the way that it sounds. And it was talking directly at me like I could understand it, but I couldn't fully unpack it. I was trying to do it with empathy. I just make enough music to know when there's a structure to it. I didn't even see it if you did it. What's up, bro? No, CASEY. And then the $sign in front of it. I appreciate you doing this. Black Rose is a goated mod so far. No drama. No entitlement. It helped a lot, man. If I had like $5, I would have paid you $5. Yeah. See. You can tell I'm getting tired. It's also in my channel description too. If I put you like that, that works. You can see me and I can zoom in. I could sit in the chair too. I doubt I'll get anything. But who knows? I'll keep my hopes up. I tried to make a GoFundMe, but why's the phone going out right when I'm making progress? It's for a phone, then it's for a guitar or a computer. Then with a computer, I could do content creation, make my music, maybe do forex trading or stock trading with a little bit of money, like a funded account for practice. It opens up more opportunities for me to do more. And then maybe like 2 Arizonas from the gas station. And if I get enough, maybe a pack of smokes. What the fuck you talking about? What are you talking about, brother? Why does it keep going out when I did this? Right when I was saying it was the way I was talking to the camera. It went out. But it's for a phone, so I can do double live streams, TikTok, NPC live streams, have my TikTok going. I can do CapCut with it. I don't think you're getting it wrong. You could copy and paste too. My phone keeps fucking up with the Cash App. I don't know if I should take that as a warning, bro. It's whatever you have. Anything goes towards allowing me to do more. Like I have 5 albums, I have 3 TV shows. The computer I'm looking at is $550, but I might be able to lowball them for $300. The phone is $60. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. It's been fucking up. Alright, are we good now? Alright. So I go live. This is my hustle, I guess. I just come on here and I solve problems. I like talk about stuff that's helped me with my mental illness, and I talk about all the stories I have. I get people motivated. And I've kind of got a bunch of people that didn't really have a direction. And right now my Instagram's banned. I got banned on Instagram for a comment, but yeah, it does seem a little bit inauthentic with the Cash App. Having the Cash App there makes it a bit different, man. But it is I'm taking donations. I don't like it. Doesn't sit right with me a little bit because I don't like handouts. So I'm still on the fence with it. But for the most part, I know it will help me. So we'll just see how it feels. If I don't like it, I might later on, like if I really if I get Cash Apps from this, I'll be able to see everyone that Cash App me. So I'll definitely be able to have them screenshotted and be able to give back more than they gave me in the future. I swear to God. On God. So that's the plan. For me at least. Is when I have the phone, I have the means to do more. I can start to set up a base camp. Eventually I have my bikes now, so I can get the bike fixed. Then I could start doing live streams, travel vlogs. I could do podcast setups. It just opens up an avenue for more stuff. And I'm trying to make my music with the albums. I mean, I don't have any means to make the songs, bro. Like, it's just an art for me. It's just, I'm really happy with what I have. The only song I have up is Shot for Shot on my channel. But I have a playlist for music on my channel. From what I can do, because I don't have a computer. Yeah. Maybe I don't feel, maybe it just doesn't sit right because I can't say I never took a handout. But it's not, because I'm also providing a service. This is work. Like I was saying, I have tons of, just to rationalize it, I have tons of people on my Instagram find me through my channel description, and I have a lot of people that tell me that they watch every day, and it really helped them. Like one person lost 80 pounds. One person said that he was afraid to go outside, and he now goes outside and goes into the woods because I just hammered it in every single day on the live streams, talking about how much better it is. Ray, if you've been here long enough, you know Ray. Ray is in the chat. I think I'm just afraid to stop suffering. Yeah, there's a bird. I'm afraid of money, bro. I'm afraid of money. Like my whole identity was based off of having nothing and laying on the ground. But it is what it is, man. You live and you learn. It opens up more opportunities. Is that a blue jay? It's weird. It's a different vibe. How's everybody feeling? Where's everybody coming to me from so I know where the algorithm is putting me? And I'm overtired, but I'm solving life problems. If people do one arm, left arm push up. What is one thing that I value the most in this world? In Michigan. We've got a lot of Michigans, we've got a lot of reservations, we've got a lot of New Zealand's, and we got a lot of Southwest Florida right now. That's mainly the people that I'm reaching. Couple in Atlanta. It's one thing I value most in the world. I'm ascending as a streamer. Yeah, it's humility. The ability to, I think it's compassion. I think the word I'm looking for is compassion. I'm in Vermont. I'm in right outside the Capitol building in Montpelier, Vermont. Pedosky. Nice. I don't think anyone reported me. That might be why my live went down. I was getting a lot of reports. But yeah, the thing I value most in the world is compassion. Being able to have everything you do in life be funny, meaningful. You can do everything you want, but it's in a way that helps everybody grow. Hi, Josh's room. How you feeling, Josh's room? Right now, my channel was me kind of shooting flares into the matrix because my whole life was full of trauma and I felt really alone. I felt like I was in a simulation. I didn't know if anyone was real because of how crazy everything had gotten in my life. I didn't know what was going to happen. So I was alone. So I was like, if I'm going to be trapped in the matrix, I'm going to say a fuck you and I'm going to see what I can get away with. So I would share what was happening to me. And I would tell people what was going on in my life. I would show them gang stalking live. I would explain it in full detail exactly how it works so that they would be able to see what was happening to me in real time and they could predict when it was going to happen and they can identify when the same behaviors come around again. So I could show them this sequence of events that happens, highlighting the matrix in the unseen world, this like higher level of the systems of everything that was affecting me, so that I basically disproving what the world was trying to convince me I was, so that I could show off the way it really is from my perspective at 11101. and then there's 10 people in the chat. That's where I was at. And then I started making content, then I started making art, and it was all to make my music, and I was also just trying to put out stuff like a digital legacy so people could get to know who I was in case I ever died. So in the future, this is immortalized as long as YouTube is up, that there's a version of me here forever. So that, if I wanted to download all this stuff and put it into an AI, and then there could be an AI Casey, or if like my grandkids in the future, if I die early or something, they could go back and see these live streams and kind of get a feel for who I am. This isn't close to who I am when I'm alone. This is me when you have to talk at a camera consistently. But, through my life stories, they could get to know me. And there's a lot of wisdom in my life stories. And there's a lot of real stuff that I've been through that I talk about. I don't make anything up. And also, the only hope in my life when I was ostracized from everybody in my hometown and I had no friends and nowhere to go, the only thing I could do was prove myself. So I was working out, trying to make music. I out-rapped all the local rappers downtown Burlington. I inspired the people that went on to inspire tons of people. So this was just a way, as I was doing all that, I was also suffering a lot. So I was channeling that into content because that's all I could do. I was homeless and down and out, eating from a dumpster, sick with food poisoning and the flu, out in a tent in the middle of winter. I had to fight for my life several times. And when I told you I had nobody, I mean when I woke up to when I went to bed, it was just what seemed like living in a simulation that's completely designed to stop me and to hurt me. Everywhere I went, it was just people constantly I was living outside of society in a city with all these spiritual experiences and all this different life. I grew up in solitude by myself, and then just periods of rampaging through, trying to, and coincidentally helping tons of kids grow with me around Vermont, living in DCF custody. And I've done so many things, met all my childhood heroes, and I lived with one of them, and I did all this stuff. So I feel like I have a lot of value to offer anyway. But it was just all I could really just felt natural for me. Was what I enjoyed, to come on and talk to the camera, make art, to express myself in a different way. It's I love all my videos. I don't care about market at all. Fuck market. I care about art. I care about the craft. You feel me? I don't care about anything to do with money for music, other than needing money to make better music and to do more. Other than that, I would never want to profit. Even if I became a successful artist, money wouldn't be an incentive at all. All I care about is the things that I do on the planet. I would only ever need money to be able to make a better positive impact on the community. I don't care about living in a penthouse full of bad bitches. I'd want to buy a nice place that I could have a hot tub, and I'd want to have a nice place where I could have a community action program nearby or something like that, a wildlife preservation, to be able to manage the change of the public, to be able to implement the solutions that I needed when I'm in this position, and to be able to go out and do legendary things like Mr. Beast is doing, but way better than Mr. Beast is doing it, because I'm not in a pedophile organization run by some type of satanic coven where they go to Diddy parties with Jeffrey Epstein and all that shit. I would be able to be this tree that grows into every garden, the king in the north. That's what I would use the money for. Is I would build an album. I'd be able to make my albums. I would build a studio in the RV, or I just have a way to get around and travel for free, making the music, laying on the ground, wake up and just keep making stuff, put on other artists, put on other people, make packages that have packages of my stuff, like how to heal your body, fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, understanding the Higgs boson. And then I'd have a podcast where I put on tons of different people from different walks of life. I'd get buff and fight crackheads. It's all stuff I could be doing now, but I haven't hit that threshold yet. I just have a phone and my headphones. It's scary to get to transcend this lifestyle that I'm at. It scares me to think about that I'm gonna be able to drive to different cities when I was walking. I walked like 20 to 50 miles to get to where I am now, just this year, to get out of where I had come from. But that doesn't mean I won't do it, and I won't go the distance with it. It's just I'll have to hold myself to a higher standard. You feel me? That's where I'm at. I've also been talking for probably 3 hours now, I think. And I was up all night. Oh shit, but I have snacks in my backpack. I have my gas station dumpster food. You feel me? He left something on the community board. I did out rap those kids though. It's like when you do DMT and you meet this higher level being and it teaches you things. They met me on the physical realm and I showed them a higher level of creativity. And it influenced them in a way that I met all these artists across the world, across the country. They all happen to be predominantly Irish or have Irish names. And then within a week of meeting me, they got in the studio and they made their best song. I'm living outside right now, so I'm never alone. But yeah, I've been on my own since 14. My longest relationship was 2 years, and she'd come over every night, but she didn't live with me. I guess she kind of lived with me, but she didn't keep her toothbrush there, you feel me? And I lived in programs. I was a DCF kid, so I was moving through foster homes and programs through high school. And I grew up completely alone. Like, my parents, we didn't really hug. We never said I love you. We didn't really spend any time together. I mostly just wandered around in the woods by myself, and then I'd sit alone in my room building Legos. So I've always been alone, but that means I'm never lonely. It's natural for me. I don't feel lonely. Because I know I could just go downtown. I am 24. I'll be 25 in December. So it's been about 10 years. It's been more than 10 years. Exactly 10 years from when I had to fight my father in self-defense, and that gave him a heart attack, and I broke his hip, picking him up and throwing him over my shoulder to get him to stop. 10 years later, I had to pick up a drug dealer over my shoulder and then hack him up with a hatchet. Exactly 10 years later. Appreciate it. This is just all I can do. I don't want to work. I don't function well when I sit in a room all day. And you can go through my channel since January. I've applied to hundreds of places and they don't get back to me because I'm transparent about being homeless. and I tell them that that's just the way I prefer. It doesn't gonna stop me. It's not gonna stop me from working, and I also refuse to cut my hair. One place even said they don't hire wiggers, and they trespassed me because I said like, you know what I'm saying. I was talking to him about like how hard it was to go through what I went through because he asked. He's like, it seems like you had a hard life, man. Can you tell me about it? And I just talked about it. You know, I had to be outside in Burlington fighting crackheads that were trying to rape and convert children into drug addicts to prostitute them and pimp them out, and I had to build a compound to keep them safe, and we had to fight them off with hatchets and fucking mile markers, and I had a machete at my hip and a bat in my backpack when I walked around. And they called me the King in the North because I kept my Walmart throw blanket under my backpack when I walked around in the winter. And I had a bat. So they called me the King in the North at a game. They called me Jon Snow, and then I was like, no, call me the King in the North. If you're gonna call, I don't want to be Jon Snow. I want to be Robert Baratheon. But if you want to call me the King in the North or something, don't call me Jon Snow. Call me Casey. And they're like, oh, the crackhead said, I'll call you King in the North. So if they're still around, if you went to the Burlington bus station right now and they were still there and you asked about the King in the North, because I have a custom hat that's got my name on the side that had a crown on it when I walked around, and I had a bat, and I had black and gold. I had a nice black coat that had floral embroidery all over it, and it had a bunch of golden birds on the side because my great grandfather trained messenger pigeons in the war in New York, and then he went to New York City. So I got that, and then I had big black Tims with gold trim, and a big black and gold bat that said Beast on it, and I had a green machete at my hip on my belt loop that I walked around with because we'd have to pull it out. Just when I was there, nobody would fuck with any of the kids there because I picked up these short crackhead fucks and thrown them on the ground. I said, if you don't run, I'm gonna stomp you out. He said, wait till I get my friends, and I'm like, I'm not hiding. And then I'd go out and do the rest of my day trying to get community action programs to help me fix my computer to keep making my music. And then I'd go down to the waterfront and I'd make content. I was constantly making songs. And I'm excited for it, but I'm worried we're on a time limit with the election. Like I trust divine timing. At this point, I've been through so much. Maybe it's Stockholm syndrome to not want to leap into it because I like how I've individuated. I like how God has formed me. I'm really proud of who I've become. I don't know if I should talk directly at the camera or I talk to my face like I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself like I'm in the screen and I'm viewing it. I'm talking to myself like I'm the viewer. I'm down the road from that building. On the weekends, there's nobody here, so there's a whole state building where nobody's at work. So during the road, they tried to stop me. There used to be a bunch of these nice Adirondack chairs out here, but there's a camera right here where they can see me. There's a camera pointed at me. They can see that I'm here. So they haven't called the police yet, but they definitely took all their chairs inside to try to stop me. So I took this from another building, and I walked down the street with it. Cause this is a nice place. I got a bunch of gas station food. I'm happy with the video I put out yesterday. I like that video. It's art. You feel me? But I'm out of food, water, and smokes. So I'm in a tough place. So it's gonna force me to move because I don't get anything until the first. I only get food stamps. There's no food shelves after the flood. There's nothing. Homeless shelter's full. I wouldn't go there anyway. But the only thing I can do is steal from the Shaws. And then there's this pissy kid that keeps freaking out when I'm around. He like follows me through the store. I haven't stolen from there yet. He follows me through the store. He follows me out back. I park my bike in the back. He kept trying to press me. It didn't work. He was expecting me to conform to his like whatever's going on in society. It just seems like he's playing pretend to me. It seems like he's putting on a character, he's faking it. He's like trying to interject and like stop, like talk over me and like overpower me or something, and he's expecting some like back and forth, and that's just so foreign to me. It just seems like he's playing pretend. So I just started calling him out, like, you're talking, look at you, you're skinny fat, you're talking like a bitch, you're over emotional, somebody's looking you in the eyes and it looks like you're about to cry, but you came out here like Texas Ranger, head up, really proud. You're delusional. You got a lot of shit wrong with you. I'm lucky you took this out on me and not a real crackhead, because he would have suplexed you and kicked your teeth in. You gotta learn, bro. And then he tried it again, and then he threw a temper tantrum in the parking lot. And I just said, shut the fuck up, pussy. Keep talking. Because he wouldn't fight me. I was like, you want to fight? He said, I don't want to fight you. I said, then shut the fuck up, pussy. Don't ever talk to me like that. And he threw a hissy fit. Stomped into the Shaws. He said, if I ever see you again. I said, shut the fuck up, pussy. And I rode away on my trusty steed. That's a true fact. But afterwards, I felt like this really weird connection to the Matrix. Like I felt like he was trying to tether me into the system. It was like a subconscious thing he didn't realize. So I was like trying to fight that off. I went to the high school or soccer field, and I just laid there, smoked cigarettes, and listened to my music. But I really felt it like fucked up all my vibes. It almost felt like his face was like right here, and I was like having to like keep saying fuck you, leave me alone, fuck off. So there's shit that's going in society that I'm not a part of. So I go in for a little bit. I'm getting like it seems like I'm getting attacked. They act the same way, they behave the same way, where they're twitching and they freeze around me and they freeze. They're like having a conversation and suddenly they're starting to talk louder and talk at me almost. So I can only assume it's that society's gone a bit cannibalistic, and when I come out with a natural abundance mindset, they might seem like I'm trying to overpower them or something, and it's like an ego system that I don't have because I'm humble. I'm on the ground with nothing in the woods. If I had money, I'll go back to the Shaw and just let him throw his hissy fit. It seems like he's a manager though, so I'd have to call corporate or something and be like, "Why? This is a horrible representation of your store." And just for his own personal safety, I suggest you get him. You let. He obviously needs help. Coming from me, he needs. Yep, I just keep going. I'm taking it slow, but I'm a lot farther along than I was. Like I can get down and do 100 push-ups now. I like how I look in the mirror. I feel a lot stronger. I feel more like a man. I'm really proud of who I become. And I'm growing every day. I'm really proud of the song. I'm more proud of this. I'm proud of who I am naturally now. And like, when I go up against these people, I've been through so much that I'm actually affecting them and kind of teaching them about life. So I'm happy about that. And I'm happy with the songs I made. And I wouldn't have been able to make the songs that I made if I hadn't suffered so much. Because that was my way out of the suffering. Like I heard rich people have to do all these crazy stuff to have themselves feel humble. The way that people that have absolutely nothing do. That's what worries me about making it. Because everyone that gets successful says that they want to be right here. Their whole life they would rather have never made it and just have been right here the whole time. This hungry hustle. Because once you make it, it's like you can never go back. Because you're just permanently rich. You beat it. You beat the whole game. There's nothing you have to do anymore forever. So now I've got to a point where I'm comfortable with nothing. That I don't need the riches. So it's almost like I beat the game anyway. I don't have a hot tub, but I can go into somebody else's hot tub at night knowing that they're not going to be there until the winter. I can name 3 or 4 hot tubs right now. If I wanted to go into a hot tub for free, I just go to that person's house. And I'm in. If I need food, I have the gas station dumpster. And if I don't have food that night, I'm not going to starve to death. I just need water that doesn't have estrogen in it. So I'm comfortable living off $3 a day plus cigarettes. That's the only thing that's expensive is cigarettes. And there's no real way right now to get the big bag of tobacco for $30 where you can have 600 cigarettes in one and roll your own cigarettes, and it's stronger, it's nicer, it's better for you. I just don't have a way right now to get it. I mean, maybe if they have free taxis, so I'd have to pay them like an extra $5, and I'd have to have money in my pocket to be able to go to the place to get all the cigarettes. And I only smoke from late July into August into when it snows. When it snows, I don't want cigarettes anymore. Cigarettes do nothing for me. Then if I'm driving, I move to Black and Milds. If I'm not driving and I'm on the ground in the snow, I don't smoke. I don't feel any happier for it. It's a whole different mode when you're outside in the winter. You condense yourself into this constant generator for heat. So you don't have to worry about vibes and holding on to focus and dealing with like temperature changes and keeping your insides in homeostasis to keep this creativity going. In the wintertime, the cold that you keep inside to keep yourself focused becomes the cold outside, so you become like a little inner campfire of inspiration and emotion. I don't need cigarettes when I'm under the blankets and under the pillows in a nest, hiding, waiting for the sunrise. And I wouldn't be me if I didn't do any of that, for real. And I don't mean to sound like a whatever, but I'm so much more than when I left home that I don't even want to go back to it. Going back feels like I have to conquer their bad idea of me. But I've been through so much since that I've evolved like a Pokemon. Hi. Salil Sahu. Salisahu. What the fuck is your profile picture? I'm from Vermont. Where are you from? What the fuck is your profile picture, lady? I can't tell if you're if you're a lady or not. You look like you could be an auntie. Yeah. But I'm definitely trying to save everybody from the apocalypse. 100%. 100%. I'm trying to get everybody almanacs of their state and the surrounding states. I'm trying to get everybody e-bikes with solar panels, which it takes a long time to charge that e-bike with solar panels. You'd need 2 portable power stations at full charge, getting sun for 8 hours to charge it, and then it takes 16 hours to charge a Suron 25%. And that Suron can only go like 40 or 50 miles. But if it's the end of the world and you have a nice setup, that Suron will save your life, because you're going to be able to get through all the trails quicker, get in and out going 40 miles per hour. And then you don't have to go hunt for gas anymore. This guy's gone forever. This guy's gone forever. There's no such thing as the real world. You can't say wake up and deal with the real world. Because when you wake up to the spiritual world. Are you telling me to wake up to a war zone? There's a fine line between people that have given themselves completely to delusion, and they're all playing a character out there, pretending, accepting the lie so that they can play the game. And the real world that happens when you fall asleep in the woods alone long enough, by yourself. The real world is subjective. Like, I've shown you on so many lives that there are crows that are just sitting there cawing at me, and I can shut them up with my mind just by extending myself in the Higgs boson, the electromagnetic spectrum, that I can literally make them shut up. And then I feel this back and forth of them pushing on my aura. Is that the real world? Because I mean, I raise my vibration, it just makes everything more meaningful. I start to activate my empath abilities. So I start to really understand people's emotions at a really vivid level. And that makes everything I do harder, because I'm trying to find the perfect thing to say than if I'm just talking like this. That's why I smoke cigarettes. Because what else would I have to say? Like, when I activate, all I want to do is make sure everybody's prepared for the end of the world. Make sure everybody's safe. Make sure everybody's doing push-ups. Make sure everybody's got the supplements. Make sure everybody's going to bed. Make sure everybody's house is clean. Make sure everybody's going out and getting the things that they need. Everybody's on the right path. As soon as I'm activated and I'm waking up to the real world, all I'm trying to do is make sure everybody understands how serious the thing is, so that they can be prepared, so that it's easy for them to choose the positivity and not have to have that reality happen, because they can steer themselves in a better direction with this positivity that they're able to channel from housing it correctly in your body, learning how to extend your presence with fasting, sunlight, probiotics, and all that. Yeah, I'm a freak. I'm not gay, though. I love sex. You heard me? I just want to find the right one now. I don't want to be really doing it. I also, like, when people say wake up, they're talking more about the sexual nature of everything, where everything in life is technically sexual energy. And I tune that all out. I just don't even think about it. Now I don't even want to eat this fucking churro. You heard me. But yeah. Go. I don't know, man. I just saw myself going and asking people for money for cigarettes on the outside a gas station. I don't know about that. It definitely give me some social interaction. See what they said. Oh, that's fine. I don't think it was ill intent. But yeah, I'm looking for a way to finish my album. Worst case scenario, fix my bike, then I go up to, and this has never worked for me. No matter how good the songs are, no matter how hopeful I seem, when I go to the people that have the thing that I need to happen, they always turn me away. It's just a consistent pattern, like a cycle in my life, where somebody shows up with the opportunity that gives me everything that I need, and I'm just persevering and showing them, like, look, I need to get to this. I need this to happen so that all this can happen. Look at all this stuff. And they always just shut me out. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what they expect. So I have hope, or people get really weird about it. People get really, really weird about it. But there is, where I'm headed next, in that area, it's pretty easy to get to an actual recording studio. I just don't know how much he charges, or if he would kind of let me go stay there if I mix some stuff for him. Put myself to work there while I'm doing my own stuff. But that's where I'm at. I just have a lot of songs. And I have TV shows. And I have whole spaces I can make video games from and TV shows. And albums. And then I could make content with live streams. So I'm like, if I went downtown, because the best thing I could do with my character and everything is like go downtown to inspire the people. I go downtown with all the robotic white people standing around twitching and they're judgmental. And I go, are you sick of the way that you're living? And then they all go, no, I'm rich. The best way that I'm helping this community is by being a nuisance and reminding them of the stuff that they can't see because they're so rooted in their wealth that they're acting like that kid that had a freak out at me. But I definitely don't like anything to do with the industry. Like I don't like any of these YouTube content creators that I watch. I don't like them at all. Hello from upstate New York. What's up, bro? I'm in upstate Vermont. Or central Vermont. Beep. That's dope. It's dope. I'm getting tired. My personality's falling apart. Ten toes in when we standing on business. What's up? Pull up. Is it raining? Yeah, it's raining. I gotta get my shit. I'm out of smokes. I think this is the last day of Leo season. Skiddy. Nice. Bruh. 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 Skibbity, you're right in that toilet, bitch. Skibbity right in that goddamn toilet, bitch. Is today the last day of Leo season? Today feels like the last day of Leo season. Full pack of cigarettes. No, I had 3. I have 3. Usually. Every 2 days. So that's where. But God be good. The next place I'm headed has tobacco, real tobacco. Still lagging? I said it. I smoke a pack every two to 2. They sell tobacco. They sell real big bags of tobacco. Hey, what's up, Topister? Gnocchi? Happy birthday, Dad. I love you, man. I just want to have a bonfire. I felt like he was watching for some reason. It's raining. It's fucking raining. It's fucking raining. How's everybody feeling? We have hopes and dreams. I'm waiting on a Discord. Can I leave this? I'll check it. I doubt I got anything, man. No, I didn't. I didn't make anything. I have $1. Didn't work. I need to do. I need to have like a dope setup. Maybe. There's nothing I can do till I get a phone, bro. Let's raise up and talk philosophy. So I feel this. I close my eyes. And I feel this tether of some type of energy that I say is the Matrix. And it's around my head. It's around my body on the side because I haven't rested and brushed it away. And I'm not in the sunlight. So I started to pay attention to that and I saw it like a tube open up and then a bunch of weird Like I saw a guy getting like a nerdy kid with like the shorts and the bowl cut get on one knee and propose to like an anime girl, and then I saw like a character out of Smash Bros. Try to jump into my mind, and I felt the pressure on my throat when it like entered my space. And then from this side, I saw a cartoon character push that out and block it. And that's happened since I got in that fight with someone I felt was like a Matrix gang stalker attack. I've had these constant like waves of like internet stuff. And I feel that almost like attached to me at the side. That smoking cigarettes was helping me to push that away. It was helping me to like convert that into something that worked for me, keeping me blocked. When my phone goes to like, it won't get to 15. Hold up, bruh. I put this. I think I left my charger next door. At some point, if my phone hits 10%, yeah, everyone's tired. At some point, if my phone hits 10%, I'm gonna go out through the rainstorm and we'll go hunt for some cigarettes in the area. I think I left some because I've had a pack for a couple days now, so I think that there's some in a place down the road. Actually, we can do that right now. Alright. Oh, fuck you. Okay, let's see what happens. I was like, what the fuck in my hair? It's the goddamn crow feathers. 10 toes in, when we standing on business. What's up? I'm gonna go to this. It's at 5%. Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. But the Wi-Fi's got a big reach in the area. Oh gosh, raining. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we stop. Because I have to get my pack of smokes from my pocket so that they don't get wet, and it was all for nothing. Alright. We ride. These are called snipes. That's 3 hits. 4 hits. There we go, look. This is money right here. Half a smoke. There we go. We don't need those. Fuck them. And then we have one that's wet. We'll drop them. Now we go through to the other one. There's no other ones around. Fuck you, Crow. Leo season's over. I can feel it. There's a tampon on the ground out there. There's a dirty tampon out there. Unless that was a carrot. think of any other places that they got the smokes. We're gonna go through this one today. Oh no. I'm hunting for cigarettes. I'm looking for love in all the wrong places. Now I have to pick this bike up. I thought that there was a way up. There's not a way up. Pick this bike up. Look at me, I'm a travel vlogger. Oh, there we go. Crawling up this. There's no. There's some containers. There is an EMS rescue here. In case I drown in all that puss. There's no butts at the high school. There's no butts anywhere. All the other places are raided by crackheads. Okay, we're back. Demogorgon. Yeah. Jay's videos has entered the chat, guys. He's here to steal all my subscribers. Oh no. Let's put this kickstand down. Fuck, all my shit's wet in the tent. Should I ban him? Should I ban him? Should I ban Jay? Has anyone here been around long enough to know about the people named Jay? And how they come in my life? It's fresh. The air's finally fresh, man. We have a storm to signify the end of Leo season. Is that a robot emoji? Yeah. First hit, it's a Marlboro. I rated it a 4 out of 10. I feel like an ancient king. I'm solving life problems. Go to if you've got spiritual, emotional, or physical problems. You've entered my kingdom. Juicy heifer. You're banned. Ban him! Ban him from my chat! If there is a warrant for my arrest, the police did not tell me. I don't know if that's legal or not, but I called them the other day. I'll have to check my email to see if my lawyer hit me up. It's not the same, man. It's not the same as American Spirits fresh out the pack. Shit be getting weird since I put that Cash App and gave a heart to heart. The vibe definitely changed. Is there scripture that say you shouldn't ask people for money? No matter what? Shit, this shit's got mold on it, bro. These cigarettes have survived many a storm. And then have dried and then gotten wet and dried again. That's why it's not hitting at all. Where's that one? The jackpot smoke. There we go. Look at this. I'm smoking my jackpot cigarette. We went hunting for smokes, chat. We went out there and we made it happen. We got those cigarettes, bro. Through rain or shine, bro. We got me them cigarettes, bro. I don't know if I have a warrant. Kate, guess who's going to jail sometime? Guess who's going to jail tonight? He wants a rating. You've been a consistently positive chatter, man. You've liked and commented. So that's all you could ever ask for. You're good in my book, bro. You never said anything that was suggestive. You never told me what to do. You didn't shit on my life. You didn't tell me how to live my life. You didn't try to overstep me with your beliefs. There were so many people in the chat talking shit all day, bro. And you just been here for the ride, bro. So, you know, I would say this was for you. This experience was for you. You watched my story, you watched my suffering, you watched the ascension, you watched the battles, you watched the beefs, you watched the overcoming, you watched the pain and the suffering and the grace and the joy of the bicycle. You got your own little experience from it. And I appreciate that you stayed for it. I have no idea what's going to happen next. Maybe we all vibrate out of our bodies and go back to source. I am of an Irish family, bro. I am of the O'Briens. I am descended from Brian Boru. My dad looks identical. Pull up a picture of the statue of Brian Boru. Hold up. Pull up a picture of the statue of Brian Boru. Go look at a picture of Brian Boru. We also have the gold ring around our eyes. It's hard to see without the light on. My family's aliens on both sides, brother. I'm a fifth dimensional being. I'm in the 33 life path. I'm exalted. And I'm chill like that. What up, bro? Is that a producer I see? We got a producer in the chat? What up, my boy? What's your profile picture? It's a dog. Are you a filmmaker? How we feeling, chat? Where's everybody coming to me from? My algorithm's been putting me in specific spots. I'm trying to get into different areas. What the fuck? I know it's not weed, but this cigarette hits like weed. Let me go up and see what he said. How long ago did you comment? I can't see. If you commented recently, it's not on here, bro. It ain't here. Yeah, but do they look like him? Do they have the golden ring around their eyes? Are they Rh negative blood? Does the symbolism come to them naturally? Are they divinely inspired to have symbols? that match the culture without knowing anything about the culture? Did they grow up on top of a mountain with one of the richest families in the world? They're just negative Nelly. Yeah, there was no Brian in the chat that was negative earlier. And I was like, come on, bro, don't make me ban you. Don't make me ban you, man. I know at a foundational level I'm not as special as I say I am, but I also am. But also everybody is special. I think when I hold on to that story, my life gets exponentially more beautiful. And I go through way crazier experiences with that. And I have that to hold on to when I feel lost, to guide me in the right direction again. I'm waiting for D-Mark to pop up, man. D-Mark invited me to go to a psychic in Denmark. That session that she studied. No, but the experiences that I have when I smoke weed are the same as people that do DMT, where you completely leave your body and you have this etheric experience where you talk to higher dimensional entities and they teach you things about the complexity of life and the inner workings of the system. I take one tiny hit of weed and I'm gone for like hours. Just in place, sleep paralysis, awake paralysis, and my mind is just in so many different dimensions. Derek, I can see what you said, but I can't see what you said. I can't see whatever you said before, bro. Check what I said. It's not popping up for me. Maybe copy and paste it or something. And I can't leave if you commented on something else. I can't leave this live to go check. It's just any weed. And it's different depending on the strands. It's either my blood, it's either the blood, it's either my genetics. It's either, some people say when I was born, umbilical, I was in and out close to death. That might have affected the growth of that. Some people are saying. Derek, just say, I'm getting these messages. Whatever you said, just say it again. I can see these messages. I don't know what you said before. But it's any weed. Some weed just feels more metallic than others. Some weed, the high is more vivid on my spine. But it also could because I did acid when I was 14, and I opened myself up completely when I was really young. Look at this mod. Look at this fucking... Black Rose is pimping out here, bro. Black Rose is doing her job, bro. Black Rose should be in a... This is good practice. I hope you get a good job as a mod. You're doing great. I hope that in the future there's... You're good at what you do. For real. It makes me feel like a streamer. I got my Cash App. I feel like a streamer. Cat! Get up and do the Irish thing. Hey, oh. I need a shower anyway. Hey, don't call the police on me. I'm tired of white people. Oh, I ruined my perfect hair. Yeah, Machine. Black Rose said you ain't said anything. Whatever it was, I didn't get it. Unless you're talking about Instagram. I can't check it right now without leaving the live. Just copy and paste it or something, if you can. And my chats are probably delayed because of the service. No problem. How old are you, Black Rose? I know Black Rose lives in Canada. Wait. 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 Appreciate it, man. I grew it myself. I did it all by myself. Yeah, if I had another phone, I'd be doing I'd make a GoFundMe. I'd make a GoFundMe. Help Casey save the world. What a challenge. I don't know what that means. I'll grow my hair myself. She's 22. 22-year-old girl. How do you like Canada? How do you like growing up in Canada? Are you in a city? Do you feel like the Matrix is attacking everybody and keeping them stuck and sedated and infiltrating their minds and causing them to lose their natural connection to nature? Does that resonate with anybody? Are we all on the same page with that? Is there something going on in public that's keeping people stuck? I feel it. I feel it really heavy. And then when I break away from it, it seems society gets naturally aggressive towards me. So I'm assuming I'm on the right track. And I'm helping others on the internet. I will... Is it 10 o'clock yet? It's already noon, bruh. It's 11. She lives in Toronto. That's a Matrix city. Appreciate it. I'm gonna have a beard soon. We've had 9 consecutive viewers consistent. Yeah. I don't know. Is crypto done for? Is all the hype out of crypto? Or is there still a big market of people throwing money into shitcoins? I don't have enough money to be making anything off of Bitcoin or Ethereum right now. But if shitcoins are still pumping and dumping, I think everybody's got auto traders now. Everybody's got bots that it's just an algorithm now. So it's just like throwing your money at China. Or I would have interest in crypto. If there's ever another crypto boom and more people are naive and chucking their money into shitcoins. Now I'm smart enough to know how to get in early. And I know how it works now. The prisoners built their own prison. Is that talking about society? Or is that talking about crypto? Both? Crypto's bubbling. Are you here to try to rope me into a Telegram group? For Kamala with hat? Are you trying to get me on Kamala with hat, Christopher? I was in FAM right when it blew up. The day that I got into FAM, it dropped completely and then it shot up 10x. And then I had to sit there returning cans and trying to convert it into Cash App and try to get my Cash App into Soulflare through Phantom Wallet so I could get in, and I just missed it. Like, I panicked for a whole day, freezing, running around trying to return cans, homeless, car broken down, and I just missed it. And then I got it the next time. It pumped up, so I turned $3 into $30. And then I made 3K off of 10x. and then my computer fried. I was sitting in a park and ride using the mobile hotspot from my phone, and I got it. And then right when I clicked to end it, my computer burned, and I lost everything. XRP. Is it volatile? Is there a way that I can make money from it? For real? Because I don't have any money. I have $1 to my name. I've got $1 right now. To my name. I'm not making anything off XRP currently. But that doesn't mean I can't take the bus to the mountains, go hiking for a couple weeks. Throw myself into some job that I hate and just grind it out. I'm just having faith, man. I'm having faith if I keep doing push-ups, it'll all work out. If I keep doing push-ups every day, I'm going to look better, I'm going to feel better, I'm going to talk more intently. There's water in my hair now. So it's shaking up all the... Now that it's wet, I'm scratching all the dirt off me. Do you know, Christopher Purpine, do you know any whales? You know any whales that can support the revolution and help me get a computer? Or a guitar? Or another phone so I could do TikTok NPC? And I go, ride 'em, cowboy! Thanks for the bit. Ride 'em, cowboy! I'm the king of the north! The whore is pregnant! Fuck, fuck, fuck! And I'll go out in public places and do it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I put a tarp over my tent, but I didn't latch it onto anything, so if there's a gust of wind, that shit's gone. And then all my shit's ruined. Not even going to cap. It was too late last night. I got there, the sun had already gone down, my phone was at 5%, I was deep in the woods. The other tent has tons of mold in it. So I wasn't going to sleep there that night, and I left my other tent at the bottom of the hill in case I wanted to go this morning. And now I can't. I fucked up. I stayed too long at the tower last night after I made that video. Should I call the police station and ask if I have a warrant and then go in now before I leave? Or should I just say fuck it and disappear into the mountains? Let them figure it out. I'll let them figure it out later. Fuck it. You have 300 currently, or you put 300 in early and now it's risen a lot? Yeah, I don't think this guy knows. This guy's got $300 in crypto and he's talking about crypto. Crypto is your life. It was my life for a long time too. Yeah, I thought about doing a non-profit or something. I tried the Red Cross. I tried community action programs. I don't know if it's ever been done to get a government grant for a small business for a YouTube channel. Yeah. Well, I don't want to go to jail again, man. I'm tired of jail. I'm tired of it, bro. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of prison. I'm tired of crackheads. I'm tired of rich white people. I'm tired. I'm tired of humans, bro. I'm tired of humans. I'm an alien. I want to get buff and be a warrior and go in, and they can't stop me from fucking shit up. I'm getting southern now. West Wing Plumbing said, haha, stop. Yeah, I'm a mountain man. I'm in Vermont. I'm in central Vermont, right outside the Capitol building in Montpelier. We have a bird over here that's screaming at me. Are you actually a plumber? That's dope. I trust any coin Elon puts on at this point. Are any of you guys in Andrew Tate's Hustlers University? Or like Luke Belmar's Capital Community? Are you in any of those groups? Those types of groups where you have to pay monthly to be in an entrepreneur community? No, these cigarettes are fucked. Something wrong with these cigarettes. Tastes like mold. I'm in the Northeast. I'm in Vermont. In mountains. I work as a live streamer and I make no money. West Wing Plumbing, I broke down DoorDashing and Instacarting full time in a sundown town. A local drug dealer came to press me, and I had to kill him in self-defense with a hatchet. We're not sure what happened. Some people said he died, some people said he moved far away. I don't want to start in the trades. The world's ending. Elon Musk has robots. We're at war right now. The election's coming up. I was just trying to get a computer and finish my songs and my albums before it happens. I'm enjoying the world. If I did, I'd be a truck driver. Because truck driving will 100% be replaced by artificial intelligence. So if I was to get a job, it would be doing something like truck driving because it won't be around in the future. And then I can say, I did it before it disappeared. I was a truck driver before truck driving stopped existing. And I like driving. But I wanted to get into content spaces. I wanted to do podcasts. But now it turns out that if you want to be on the YouTube homepage, it's so much politics and so much faking. Who made money pretending to be a girl? Is that it? Oh yeah, Andrew. Yeah, these are late. These are delayed. No, Andrew Tate's father was in the CIA. They threw him into a reality TV show at 19. He said his whole thing is that he had to eat out of a KFC dumpster for a week, and then went into making a lot of money. You feel me? Andrew Tate knows who I am. Justin Waller knows who I am. I just made YouTube shorts and I tagged them. But I'm not in the real world. I'm not in his group, The Real World. And I'm not in any of their communities. Justin Waller used to answer my texts, and then he started leaving me on red when I asked him if he felt like inspiration comes from aliens. I asked him where he thinks his inspiration comes from. I have PTSD. Are you asking me what if I have mental illness? But yeah, Andrew Tate's father was in the CIA. Yeah. And I technically have savant syndrome, which means I'm so autistic, I'm off the spectrum. And they had to take it out of the DSM because people with that savant syndrome were being targeted. I don't know yet. This is the first time he's commented that it wasn't hate. So I don't care. He keeps coming back. I mean, he should have been around long enough to kind of know my story. He's always in the chat. So it kind of seems like he's throwing it away, trying to project himself. You feel me? Seems like he's a kid. I have a lot of snotty kids that come on here. Like, a lot of my regular chatters are snotty kids. So we'll see what happens. Andrew Tate made money from pretending to be a girl. Loads of men online like that Babe Station BS. Him and his brother. Yeah. But now now what's the difference? It's just an artificial intelligence. Yeah, see, he knows what I was talking about. He knows my shit. He's gone forever. I'm 24. That's why they be on him. Real fan, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. I'm just, mainly there's nobody else really you can find on YouTube that will tell you about fasting, autophagy, and apoptosis. So I'm just spreading it because it's all I can do. Yeah, but Andrew Tate's dad was in the CIA and they did all that. He has a handler. Andrew Tate has a handler. He's in that group. Even though he talks about, I'm against the Matrix. It was like a warning. It wasn't really, it was all set up. That's why he's meeting Tucker Carlson and all this stuff. They're acting like they're at this war for Christianity and Catholicism and all this stuff. But if he was really about it, he would talk about his father and he would talk about the reality TV show he grew up in. And he would talk about all the things that happened behind the scenes. But I mean, he also has kids. Kids that go to school and they aren't always around him. What's AMI mean? Yeah, Andrew Tate. I don't know. Because he's huge. But when I watch him fight now, he's whooping ass. But when I watched him when he became the world champion kickboxer, those are some weak fights. He was throwing weak kicks. He was against weak opponents. Maybe he entered like there wasn't a lot of people doing kickboxing. But it didn't seem that intense. It didn't seem like it was real fights back then. So I don't know. I know it's one of those things where I think God appoints people to embody themes and motifs. Image extreme AI. Yet people like that they have specific purposes. Like maybe their whole life they were bred to be that role, whether from like some type of spiritual aspect, like higher dimensional stuff called him to be that, and they worked with him through his whole life, inspired him and kept him going, and kind of restructured his mind to keep him going in the right direction, to embody that and shine that way to guide humanity in a certain direction and affect a lot of people. I know when Andrew Tate was popping in 2022, the year before that, all I did was play chess, all I did was work out. All the things that he said where he's going back and forth with a therapist was the same way that I would go back and forth with a therapist about the same thing. They just called him a misogynist, and they called me bipolar. Nobody ever called me schizophrenic. The only time they called me schizophrenic was because I said that I was communicating with something that responds outside to my internal condition. And now it's just the natural state. Even Andrew Tate has gone on and said we're in a consciousness, an evolution of consciousness. The only people that ever called me schizophrenic were people that have horrible mental illness of themselves. And their whole thing was them trying to gaslight me because it gave them a feeling of power over me. And then as soon as I just ignored that, rejected my sense of injury, and my injury disappeared, and I started putting all my focus into myself, those same people would come back like animals. I don't think he's a trafficker in the sense that you're thinking, where he's like pimping girls out to like some form. I don't know. I guess, to be honest, anyone with $1 million that has friends is technically trafficking, because the girls come in for that lifestyle. They want to be around millionaires. And those millionaire alpha men get bored with the girl, but they also care about the girl, so they're like, go to my friend. Meet my friends, you can be a part of the network. So then he gives them, next week they're off with Justin Waller, next week they're off with Elon Musk, next week they're off with Tucker Carlson, or Tucker Carlson has a family. So they're technically, like, everyone that they're dating becomes trafficked because he elevated them to that lifestyle. I grew up completely alone on top of a mountain in solitude. Pretty much alone. I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. So the people that invented that system, the people that invented numbers, goes back to ancient Egypt, where they had a whole civilization based with aliens, like intertwined with higher dimensional entities. So they said that that system was in place to express how the earth expresses itself in different forms of creation. So different people born on different days embody certain energies and characteristics, co-creating with the universe. I don't know if there's anything to 33 mirrored back as 8. I don't think there's any numerology behind that, because there was a definite system in place. And I can tell you that when I'm feeling good, I'm rested, and I'm feeling good, and I go out downtown, down in public, I can clock people that are born on the 11th because they feel like me, be fueled by me. It's proven that we have an electromagnetic aura, and that our minds are co-creating. It's proven that we can astral project, and there's an astral plane. It's proven that we're all in a Higgs field that operates outside of space and time. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't think there's any numerological significance with that in terms of the energy that we embody. But also 33 is everything. 33 is the highest form possible on the planet. So it would have 8 anyway. But 8 wouldn't have 33. 8 is representative of divine justice. People that are born on the 8 are constantly having this flow of energy in that they convert and give back to people. They're like a natural reflector almost. They're always handling the things of other people. I don't know a lot about Thoth. People say that he taught Jesus or he was Jesus. People say he lived for 10,000 years and he ruled over Egypt, and then when he died, he gave everything to the Rothschilds, and that's why they're rich. And they all have the same blood type. Both my family does. I kind of look like a lizard. Look at my fucking eyes, bro. Yeah, people say that 28 is the number because it's got the 2 and the 8. But that adds up to 10, man, so wouldn't 10 also be the rich? Yeah, and I'm tired. I haven't slept in a couple days. Because I didn't go to bed, I chose to live stream. So I'm tired, bro. But I have tons of different live streams. You can go back. I have tons of different videos. Um, right now, I have $1 to my name. God has provided me with things like a phone and a bike. And then the whole theme of this year for me was indigenous. And I found in my pocket of this jacket when I bought it, there was this Native American coin with the buffalo on the back. I don't know if you can see it. So I just come on here and offer people value. They ask me questions and I give. It's my own personal opinion, and I know that like my childhood heroes like Owen Cook and Elliot Holst valued my opinion. I can't escape indigenous culture. They're like it's like a theme and a motif in my life that doesn't leave me, no matter where I go. Like I just am surrounded by it. It's cool that Kai Cenat, KC3, and I'm KC33. And he wears an Irish chain, and I wear an indigenous chain. I actually I found a backpack. Like I was gifted a backpack with a coat from the 1930s with real black bear fur the other day. And the bag they gave me it's a duffel bag that is just a in big letters AMP, like Kai Cenat's group. So it just doesn't escape me. And then psychics, like when I go in front of a psychic and they read my presence, they tell me that 3 different people at 3 separate occasions have told me that they saw skeletons wearing headdresses that were angry at the world but very supportive and loving of me, with their bony hands on my shoulders. And then giant Irish people behind us with their hands crossed, like protecting us. And all my friends growing up with either Irish or indigenous, completely. And then the Irish people ended up making art centered around indigenous, and they don't even realize. Like the same sounds that they make, the way that they have their instruments played in their albums is the same way. And they don't know who Young Spirit is. But it's Young Spirit sound, the way that it sounds, the way that it resonates in your mind with that flair, with all the different voices. That's how they're coming out. So their soul wants to express themselves in the same way the Native Americans do. And the Native Americans and Irish go back way before the Pilgrims. And they have the same gods. Cernunnos and the Wendigo. Dagda, the god of the day, Dada. So I don't know exactly, but I know my skin is dark and I have no other races in me, and my parents are both really pale. But we have this hair. And when my dad was one of the best ski instructors in the state. And he used to teach the wealthy elite's children how to ski. And when he would ski down the hill, he had this big bushy hair that would go back, and it looked like an eagle when he rode down the hill skiing. And I'm a Sagittarius, Aquarius across the board. Fire, air. My dad's a Leo, Libra. Fire, air. I'm born on the 11th. My dad's born on the 10th. My dad's a 3 life path. I'm a 33 life path. So there's a lot of symbolism keeping our lives structured in a certain way to make sure that we know our energy. I don't know about star seeds. I know that real schizophrenics, clock me as Andromeda all the time. They always say I'm Andromeda. Every single time schizophrenics want to talk about aliens, they tell me I'm Andromeda. And Andromeda have no ego at all. They have no ego whatsoever. It's really hard for them to have ego and function in society because society is based off of your image and your ego and its relation to other people. So that would make sense. I just thought it was that I'm born on the 11th and that I'm a 33 life path. So it would make sense to be all three. And I'm a Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus. And I have tons of different stuff. The other backstory, because you're new if you're still here, Loka. I was door dashing and Instacarting full time. I got a car because I started performing on stage at parks, and the rich kids got together and got me a car with the help of a schizophrenic man that threw himself at my feet and said if I can save him from these crackheads that were abusing him and living in his car, and he didn't know how to handle it, he'd let me have the car. So I performed during the Lionsgate portal, coincidentally. Then the next night, I got the car. Then the next day, I was able to go see my dad on the 10th on his birthday. So I took the car. I left him at a mosque because he's Irish and short, named Patrick with red hair. And he wanted to convert to Muslim and he wanted to live at the thing. And he was out of his mind talking crazy, but when he opened up the Quran and he talked scripture, he was really intelligent, really articulate, profound. He knew what he was talking about. So I went and met the Muslim pastor and I told him, he wants to come here, sit here, listen to you guys, contribute. I know it's a community-centered thing. I know that he's not holding up his end of the bargain. He was holding the Qurans wrong. He was smoking a cigarette next to the Quran. I said, but he seems serious about it. He seems more intelligent and more in life when he's talking about Islam. So I gave him a tent. He wants to go down the road. After that, it's not my problem. I'm taking the car. So I took the car and I door dashed. I tried to get a couple jobs and it didn't work out. One place hired me in a really nice mountainous, really nice ski resort as a housekeeper. And then it turns out they want to bring homeless people in because every homeless people that comes in, they can write off that they hired. That's a lot of money off taxes. So as soon as the homeless person is hired, everybody makes it hell for that homeless person so that he quits, so they can bring in the next one consistently. So that was really terrible for me, and I was going through a hard time. They wouldn't give me any food. They tried to tow my car out of the parking lot when I didn't have enough gas to get anywhere because I hadn't had my paycheck and I had to go all the way up to the mountain to get the job. I was trying to make friends and be around better people, and they just it really was terrible. It was horrible, bro. But it was also like, I can see it was obviously God's plan. There was a guy that looked like Brian Boru that talked about being descended from Brian Boru. There was an Irish woman that does Irish dance that was my age. They were all named after people that always follow. Like I have the same set of names that seem to follow me in every adventure I go on, and they all had the same names. So I see it as just like another step on my weird Truman Show life. But then I drove around making music, trying to chase perfection and make my best songs. And then my car broke down. I had to fight somebody with a hatchet, and I had to kill him in self-defense. I don't have any. All my friends and family are dead or dead inside. They're either gone or they're so far gone, it's not healthy to be around them. So I just kind of take it day by day. I make songs by myself. I smoke my cigarettes when I have money from, sometimes I get donations. This is in Vermont. So, because of all that, like I had crackheads and meth heads and, what's it called? Hell's Angels that were coming after me when I was living in the parking lot. I had people overdosing. I had already been in like 10 or 15 fights and had to survive outside for winter and do all sorts of stuff. But I saved a lot of kids on the way, like tons of kids that were homeless that I helped put on and bring to a better life, and I walked them through life when they had ran away from home. and then got them jobs, got them around girls, got them showered, got them in the gym doing push-ups. Then I got in a relationship for a couple weeks with a girl and lived at her house, and then they all got hooked on crack, and one of them overdosed and died. And I feel semi-responsible for it, but I know it's their choice. Um, I didn't do any of that. So this year, I just live outside. It's warm out. I can get food from the gas station, so I just wherever. I have a tent now. I wanted to be at the capital of Vermont for Leo season. So Leo season's ending, so last year I ended Leo season on the tallest mountain in Vermont. So that's where I might be headed next. Yeah, that's nothing. I was institutionalized at a young age. 10 years ago I did acid with the band Cheap Trick at the Hermitage Club, and I was working there in the dish pit like 16-hour days. And then my dad had some type of psychosis or something. He was like grabbing me by the leg and trying to drag me out of the house in Sub-Zero. He came at me with a hammer once and he froze in place like this, almost hitting me. He was screaming at me all night. I was on acid. He tried to take my television and I picked him up over my shoulder and I whipped him on the bed and broke his hip, and then I took my TV and I walked like 2 miles in negative 10 degrees, horrible wind chill, no, and I had to fix his landline. And my dad came bursting in and he was having a heart attack, so we had to bring him back. My mom won't admit. My mom was convinced I have schizophrenia, and if that's the case, she definitely has schizophrenia. I don't think either of us have schizophrenia. I think we're highly, highly gifted empaths. There's a method to the madness. I don't have schizophrenic delusions. I have this natural curiosity for some higher level of how things work. And I have had the mentor, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. I had the right mentors at the right time that taught me a lot about how to function. I don't have like voices in my head, but sometimes I get divine inspiration. And sometimes I can I can look at somebody and know, I can feel their presence. I'm like a psychic. I can feel the psychics. What they do is they take the present moment, the things that are surrounding the person's character, and relay them in a way that allows them to get what they were looking for. And I can do that. I can relay people's genetics. When I'm around people and I'm in the right space, I can tell usually what birthdays they're on. I'm starting to get better at their astrological signs. It's just the more brain cells I have and the more rested I am and the more out of society I am and the closer to the woods I can get in touch with these gifts. And I didn't want to believe it, but I can't deny it. So it is what it is. It's an aspect of myself. But yeah, so I people coming at me trying to kill me. I eventually people were overdosing. People, and my mom's my biggest op. She always comes into my life to try to ruin it. My mom's not a supportive person. Even if she sometimes sends me money, she's not a supportive person in my life. And she tries to control. And then she's went out of her way my reputation like for years of my life. So I don't really talk to her. And my aunt and my cousin they do pretty much like whatever my mom's feeling about me, they just piggyback off of her. Even though they know my mom lies and bullshits all the time and gossips for no reason, they don't care. So it's like I'll suddenly have like 6 or 7 people after me because some shit my mom spewed out to avoid the fact that she's fat as fuck. She doesn't leave her house. She's unhealthy. She stares at a screen 12 hours a day. She won't go out in the woods, and she thinks she knows anything about anybody else. She's a narcissist. All the car alarms are going off. Multiple car alarms went off when I said that. So, yeah, I'm in the Matrix. I think Vermont has a high vibrational portal above it, and that's why there's so many UFO sightings there, because it allows higher vibrational energy to come through. And that's why everything's more vivid in Vermont. The experience is better. People are like, it's like that because everybody's a hippie. People do smoke weed everywhere. I think Vermont has a higher vibrational energy that affects our consciousness, that allows us to house a more meaningful, beautiful experience. Naturally. That's coming from Mount Mansfield. So I'm headed there. Every year at this time I end up there. So what else? Yeah, so I lived in the woods this year. I lived in a shack in the woods. I met what I think are Irish gods. I met like these dark, bad presences that came at me. It's in my cryptid story, my video, the cryptid stories, all my cryptid stories. And I applied. It's from my mountaintop. It's about 4 or 5 miles into town. I applied to everywhere in the area that I could get to, and just nobody hired me. And they blacklisted me, they trespassed me, they made up stories about me. It's a win. So I just kept going north and trying to get jobs, and it hasn't worked. Everywhere I've applied hasn't worked. So I'm here just trying to provide value, and when people come in with problems, I just solve their problems to try to give them a better perspective on life. I have a lot of people that have lost like over 20 days. The most person that lost weight lost 100 pounds from what I teach here. I guess I'm teaching. So I have that, and it's just when I turn this off, I'm just getting back into album mode and working on my music. So this was just, if the world was ending, I wanted there to be something I did. I wanted to feel like I did something for other people. And I wanted to have some type of digital legacy. So I'm here. The ultimate place I'd like to end up at is some type of vehicle that's nice, that when I drive around it's nice. It looks nice. I can go fast in it. I'm comfortable in it. I love being inside it. It has the nice sound system, so I can just keep playing songs and play different songs when I drive around and just keep working on my art. Then I can pull up somewhere with a hammock and a guitar with a studio in the back. Like a Jaguar. And then just so then I could take a bus out the reservation and live out there and help the community somehow, and go on a little journey where we make songs, and I have the right camera to start doing filmmaking, because I have written 3 TV shows and I have tons of music videos made in my head made, and tons of all this stuff that I want to make happen. And I'm asking God to put me on the right path to make it happen the best way possible. So I come on here because I need stuff that I can't get. And this is a place where they'll throw cigarette butts and toss full cans at your head. Like, they'll go shopping and pick up some cans for like prepping, like a whole can of beans. And there's no police. The police don't give a fuck. So it's not unnatural for someone to take a can of beans and just whip it at the side of your head full speed for panhandling because they think you're a junkie. Kids here get mad. There's stories of the town next to, about 2 miles this way, that kids in high school were to death with bats. So when you're asleep, they don't know the difference between you and a crackhead, especially if I have long hair. So it's not too far off to just expect to be woken up by some psychopath kid beating you to death with a bat. So I sleep in the woods. I deal with how brainwashed society's become, and I just go through town every day and see what happens, and it's usually people with lots of problems, and I've kind of lost everything, so I'm just like the embodiment of the wild, I guess. I definitely come with an energy that makes people come at me all the time. People start twitching, people start screaming at me, and I'm just doing everything normal people would do. I'm quiet, I walk through the store, I do all this. I don't know, it's just anything. I like all music. I like the craft. Right now I like country. But there's no one thing you could talk about that I write. I don't know any real spells. I know everything you say is a spell. This guy sneezed on his keyboard. Greece here, what's up? I heard Greece is nice. Greece is all beaches and layers of white houses. I bet the food is immaculate. So I just come on here and spew out stuff that might help people. I don't know about thought-provoking lyrics. I like high-quality stuff. Like, as an artist, you chase perfection. And then you can recognize it in others. People that fully embody grace in the human condition and represent life in a good way. I haven't heard a lot of Bob Dylan. I like Jesse Wells. I only like The Poor by Jesse Wells. And they have the same kind of style. I like Zach Bryan. I like John Bellion. I like Young Spirit. I like the Eagles. I like My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy was great. Divide by Ed Sheeran, Plus by Ed Sheeran, Multiply by Ed Sheeran was great. Some Taylor Swift songs. I'm not that into Bon Iver. I know people worship Bon Iver. I'm not really into Frank Ocean. White Ferrari, though, is great. Some Mike Posner, but I don't recognize him as one of the greats. But I like that he did something different when art wasn't really being represented well in the mainstream. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I will. Maybe. I mostly just make my own. Like, I'm just all day I'm looking up beats and I'm throwing them together and building themes and narratives and storylines in the work. I just have a style I want to make. It's not for money. But I definitely want to make it before the world ends. That's why I'm pushing. That's why I'm doing it. I don't think screaming at the camera will get me any different amount of clicks. I'm out of smokes, man. These smokes are moldy, bro. So I have hope. I have hope it's gonna work out. I just don't know how, and that's the exciting part. I don't know. I've been trying for about 8 months now of trying to like do GoFundMe's on Facebook groups, trying to get rich people to help me out with it, and they don't. And then it's not that I didn't try to apply to jobs. Like I don't, at this point, I don't feel bad for having the Cash App there. Just because I also provide value. I'm waiting for people to ask me questions too. If people have different questions about reality or the spiritual world or the way life works, different aspects of reality. It usually, even though I'm really tired, it usually just comes to me. Like when people actually have a question authentically that they need help with, it's just, I'm in that position that it comes to me easily. Yeah. I think that our genetics house our consciousness. It's like a system. So if we were to get natural energy from source, the fact that we have that a certain way impacts all the energy around us. Because you can't will your palm shape to be different. So through your whole life, I'm always gonna have this M on it. I'm always gonna have this weird M that people say is special, and that's gonna be with me my whole life. And we know that genetics, your DNA, I think one strand of DNA they said can house like something like whatever's after a terabyte. Like we can store so much data in our DNA. Our DNA are like a hard drive on a computer. Our DNA stores data. Our epigenetics we know epigenetics house trauma. So traumas from past generations come down and affect the system of the person inhabiting the body in the next line of people down the next generation. Trauma, memories, everything that your parents remembered, everything they went through, all the way up your ancestral line, is in your genetics. We are we're constantly evolving and reiterating. We're condensing and becoming better versions of our bloodline. So it affects our genetics, it affects our spirit, it affects our awareness, our empathy, our focus, our cognitive function, our memory, our habits, our neural pathways, the same way that it affects our facial features and our hair. And I think blood type, Black Rose, I just did YouTube shorts. Just do YouTube shorts. Talk about your life, make content, do a fitness challenge, make YouTube shorts and do the hashtag, and do 3 hashtags relevant to that thing. So if you do like a 100-day squat challenge where you do 150 squats and then you just time lapse it. If you have a better thing than I do, because I can't do CapCut. So if you wanted to do like a 150 squat challenge and then fitness motivation shorts, YouTube shorts. And then when people like it, it goes further and further in the algorithm. And then that can get you to 50 and then you can live stream. What helps me is to have a purpose. I have a purpose for this or I wouldn't do it. I don't know anything about any type of blood type other than I know Rh negative was introduced to the public at some point and they don't know where it came from. And that it gave people golden eyes. And I have the golden eyes on my dad's side, and then I have actual Rh negative up my mother's bloodline. So people say it's aliens, and I know that at least in the year of the water cat and the year of the water tiger, when the element was water on the earth in the Vietnamese zodiac, I was able to easily tell who had Rh negative blood and who didn't, because Rh negative blood could pull this type of dense purple darkness inside of them that felt like solid and spiky, like dragon scales almost, with spikes and shit. And the cats had the same vibe. Like a lot of cats that I see had that same vibe that I could clock. So I was able to tell an Rh negative person from a normal person, because to me they had this darkness energy that the cats had. So people talk about Lyran people and the lion people, the cat people, like in Skyrim, they have the Khajiits from elsewhere. I can tell you that when I get high, I see cats. The same way people, and when I get high, I have the same experience that people that do ayahuasca have. Where their mind opens up and they see things in the Higgs field, that energetic field. They see things in the astral plane. And the things that they see when they have to do a shit ton of DMT and they go fully out of it, I have naturally. It's like another Tuesday for me when I'm not smoking cigarettes. Is that I naturally have learned, because I used to smoke weed, and I'm a savant. That sounds like a pedophile. I don't know. I'm not even gonna risk it. That shit sounds like a pedophile to me. I don't know what he's talking about there. Unless that guy was, my bad if you were talking about how you can clock people with Rh negative blood. But you just never been in the chat before and you said that. My fault. If that wasn't the case, I've been up for a long time. Now you're gone forever, sorry. You can always make another account. The FBI's back. I'm glad you're a fan. The recipe for napalm is styrofoam and gasoline if you ever have a redneck at your house trying to rape your sister when the world ends. Crush up some styrofoam and put it in a gas can and then chuck it at him with a match. And watch his whole face melt, including his skull. Don't do a gas can, do a Molotov or something, or spray it off the roof. Do like a booby trap where you pull the cord and it goes down and you chuck the match. Don't do a gas can, you're gonna blow yourself up, bro. It's really flammable. Only use it in that type of situation. Yeah, I mean, you're on your hero's journey. You're on your hero's journey. You're going through a cycle of learning before you return home. And part of that is you have to meet the master teacher. The master teacher. So if I'm a 33 life path, that's technically my job, is that I'm expressing the information people need to know on their hero's journey. So whatever I'm teaching you here is going to give you something that you're going to go on a journey with. Just keep asking me questions. Pick my brain, see what comes up. I'm tired. I'm broke. I have $1 to my name. I don't need food and water. I'm mostly just jonesing for cigarettes, man. I like cigarettes. I can go without food and water for a long time, but I don't like it when I'm out of cigarettes now. I actually cured my food addiction with cigarettes. Yeah. We are aliens that chose to incarnate at a time when the world was in a terrible place, so we're brave for incarnating at such a low density, people say. But I'm starting to think that it's more like, I'm seeing it more as we're all connected to the infinite, and then we split off in separation to grow our experience and level up as we experience more and do more, and then we return back, and then we can come back down or go somewhere else to pick up more of the infinite, and then we get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then we can do more across the infinite. I mean, I've technically lived, like, if I'm a 33 life path, man, if that's real, and I'm born on the 11th, that means I'm one of the oldest souls. The most experienced souls. Not because time isn't real. So it's the most experienced souls. And I mean, I grew up around old people. Rich white elites. Like when I used to ask a girl out, I would sit them down like a business meeting in 4th grade, and I'd tell them that I'd like you and I'd like to start a relationship with you. Do you like me as well? And she'd get up and be like, what the fuck? And then she called me years later and told me that was actually impressive and that she had a spiritual awakening and realized that I was so much more than everybody else in class on a full moon. So I'm trying to get a phone. I'm trying to get $60 for a phone, and then I can have a phone here where I can do calls, I can do live chats, I can go live together, I can talk to people, we can do hangouts, we can do a Discord group, I can start to edit videos, I can do the TikTok NPC thing, I can do clip farming, and then there was some woman whose son tried to commit suicide and went into the hospital, and she wants me to call him. He said, he like you, man. He like you, Loca. What you mean, Loca? Loca Puente down in the Caribbean. How old are you, Loca? And where are you coming from? What do you mean, Loca? What you mean, Loca? What you mean, Loca? She's in Ohio. Down in Ohio. Down in Ohio. Skibbity, 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 skibbity. You're ancient? I'm ancient. I don't know, it seems pretty... It doesn't seem that far, like it doesn't seem hard to understand. No, I'm closing my eyes and seeing what I see. I see that there's like things that are keeping me like pushed together, and it's allowing my throat chakra to stay open, so I can keep pushing out the energy, even though I'm tired. I saw that there's like, I could see like tons of people sitting in the chat, and there was like the stuff that I'm offering on the table, kind of like I was letting everybody eat from my spirit almost. Maybe. So I was taking that back. I see things, I'm not sure what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing stuff. It's not like hallucinations, because there's a whole structure of it. I can see the intricate coding of the things, and I can see where it's coming from. And it's like current of information, separate from my own soul. And it happened when I got in that fight yesterday. So I've been separating from that. I knew I was supposed to go to bed on top of the mountain or something, or maybe I was supposed to be here. Divine predestined. That's why it's raining. Yeah, a lot of people, it's like they can't even break that threshold. They're not even allowed to. They're not supposed to. Most people are just programmed to like make it more challenging for people that ascend past that and incorporate more knowledge and stay focused and present and push themselves. It's not that they can't, It's that they don't. Like, as soon as they choose to wake up, the universe will start to guide them on that journey towards pushing them to the reality where it's possible for them to learn more. Because don't think about it as time, think about it as space. So they're taking them on a direction. They're trying to pull them towards the light. And then there are forces that try to keep you in fear so that it's harder for you to persevere towards the light. But the present moment isn't just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in seconds. The present moment is like billions and billions and billions of a second, constantly moving. And every of those tiny molecular seconds, we're making these tiny little decisions that are structuring our reality, and we're moving in certain directions. So when I do these lives, I'm taking people on journeys to different levels of consciousness. I'm literally leading people to a different realm, because the world is moving with us, and we're moving on different waves. Every choice I make for the things that I say is guiding everybody in a certain direction. And how they respond to that, they're not dealing with the same case. There are versions of you in the multiverse that, because of the way that you decided to respond emotionally to the things I say when you watch me, or just any stream or any form of content, that's taking you down the infinite pathways through all the different multidimensional realities, based off of yourself, based off of your own inner workings. When you decide to steer the ship in the right direction, you're meeting countless different cases, all under the shadow of the same overarching being, coming down through the multiverse, the infinite. Like the tree that my name's the tree that grows into every garden. The acacia tree that revealed the infinite and the divine to the Egyptians, and allowed them to communicate and base their entire culture off of communication with the infinite and living in that higher dimensional space. And they were able to channel that through the pyramid to the king's chamber, which was like a sleep deprivation tank, where they were able to sit there safely in a perfect structure to house the energy, so that the pharaoh could leave his body and go on these journeys for thousands of years outside of space and time. Like Thoth would do that and then come back and teach the people, and he'd have agendas to push and all this stuff. You have to see every single thing that happens as a challenge. No matter what, it's a challenge to force you to grow. It's part of what you wanted. Whatever you wanted from life. I want a pack of cigarettes. I'd have to go down there and sit there until I could get $12. Are you ready? You know that song, is it Princess and the Frog? Where he goes, won't you shake a sinner's hand? Just one time, shake a sinner's hand. And then as soon as you shake the hand, all the voices behind him start going off. And then the dark music starts playing, and he goes, are you ready? Are you ready? And he takes them on that journey down the dark road. When all the bad vibes come in. And they get woken up to a different level of reality. Because he took them on a journey to hell. They went far away from the grace, and they went down a road where reality's different for you. Where it works differently and the rules are different. You're in a different experience. So for the most part, these Freemasonic structures and the way that they design cities, to have the stop signs and to have the traffic lights and to have the statues of the people, to have all this, it's to keep you stuck in the infinite. It's no matter what, across all timelines. They ate up a lot of bandwidth and space by leaving their mark in the universe. Which is why people cut the nose off the statues. That's a fuck you. What's up, Peyton? Are you ready? Hold up, let me check something real quick. Heather sent me $10. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm gonna fucking cry, man. Should I leave the live going and I'm gonna go get a pack of smokes? I don't need food. I don't need food or water, but I want a pack of cigarettes. Sue me. Heather's a trucker. Heather's husband is doing landscaping. I think landscape season is over. They've given me well over $1,500 the past 2 years, probably $2,000 the past 2 years. Every day I think it, like, Heather says she keeps me in her prayers. I keep them in my prayers every day. When I talk to God, and I'm always daydreaming, but when I like have that moment where I sit down, I really do just ask to have them get everything that they want. They've done more for me than my parents ever have. And I don't know. Heather, if you just made another account, I muted you on accident. You can definitely get in the chat. I think I went to hide the notification when I was going through, and I accidentally muted you, and I haven't figured out how to unmute you. So if you just made another account, you'd be in the chat. Everyone here really appreciates you. Everyone here obviously cares about me, so they know how much it means. Everyone's W in the chat for Heather if you can. I know she didn't have to, and I have no idea what their situation's looking like. They have kids. They have one kid is left and is in college, I think, or is at work living in a city, and they have 3 others. I don't know if Bradley's in school yet, but they have 3 others. Not yet. I'm trying to get a phone. Once I have a phone for this, then I'm gonna do TikTok. I'm gonna do TikTok live streams where I talk and do the. You guys can watch me do the fucking NPC, where you just ask for money by doing the emotes, where they give you a certain amount of money and you go, "Ride 'em, cowboy!" And then we'll try to save some lives and I'll get roasted. I'm gonna leave the live on for the thunderstorm. I'm gonna ride out, get a pack of smokes, and come back. I'm gonna go through the Matrix while it's raining. I can hear my mom going, "Don't do it." I hear you, Mom. I'm a psychic. I felt her jump out of the phone. Alright. We go. I have $11. I'll be back. Let's hope I don't die. I feel weird. I don't have my phone. I don't have the people with me. I'm going off on my own journey. It feels weird. I'm like riding off into the sunset. Yeah, oh yeah. There's still 8 people here, man. What's happening? The only cigarettes I could afford were Crowns. And check it out. Are you ready? And it's lions. There are lions on the logo. I want to cross town too. Okay. It smells like cardboard leaching and chemicals. So it is what it is, man. Did I miss anything at all? It doesn't look like I missed anything at all. I went to bring up something, and then a moth flew left to right. So I will wait and answer questions. I'll try to be of service. Okay. I mean, so there are ideas coming to my head that wrap around my head like this. For the most part, it's just positive belief systems, diet, and exercise. I'm not going to say what it wanted me to say, because now that we know that I could be steering people in the wrong direction by bringing about the wrong things, you got to keep it positive. You got to keep the hope alive, keep it a high vibration, keep that pillar of light, keep that light up in the sky, chat. You guys can do anything. You guys have the whole world at your fingertips. And I think if you don't live a life of adventure, it's coming for you with the new level of poverty we might hit. You're going to have to be forced to adventure and be outside in tribal times. And if there are people that are older in the chat, I want to see you make it. I want to see you out there with us. You have so much wisdom and everything you've been through in life. I want to see you guys out there with us, man. You deserve to be by the fire with us. Oh my God. I have been awake for 2 days. And I'm coming on, this is the 4th hour now. What do you guys do on the other end? What do you guys got going on? Do you like leave me open on the computer and you're on your phone? This is different. Hey, I want to see if the algorithm picks up volume. Because we know that the algorithm will throw me into 30 people at once sometimes. Sometimes my viewers will skyrocket to 50. Sometimes my viewers will skyrocket to 75 for a second. So I don't know what's going on. I'll do push-ups. I'm not really trying to hang out. I'm trying to make a difference. YouTube tech lords on the other side, please put me in. See, there we go. You see what I'm talking about? YouTuber algorithm, please put me in with more people. I'm trying to save lives. I can't change the name of the stream. We can't do any activities. I need to be standing up so I don't pass out. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm not going to be doing 100 push-ups. Chat, I feel like I've worked through my depression. I'm no longer angry at the world trying to hold on to all my energy. I overcame the final boss. I humbled the cops. I met a wimpy white pride loser that came at me twice. I got him both times. I feel proud of myself, and it was able to highlight how good I've gotten. I've been through so much that I'm proud of who I've become, and I got to see that last night. At the end of Leo, and this is the end of Leo season. And I think, isn't there a full moon in Aquarius right now? This is your chill time from work. I feel good, na 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 na. I feel good. Tomorrow, I think I leave. I want to climb Mount Mansfield on the 22nd, like I did last year. And this year I'll be able to camp out with the aliens. Let's stay live and see if that girl comes back. And maybe she can buy me a phone. And then I will live stream the whole night on top of Mount Mansfield where I met the Irish God of the Wild 2 years ago. I need $60, I think. And then there's a phone on there's a phone on Marketplace over in Rutland, and that's about an hour west of here. And she's giving away a phone, a nice phone, like a Google phone, and a unlimited straight talk card. So I would be able to, if I had that, I'd be able to do that. And the transition from Leo into Virgo. But from how it, like, if you guys made it to my chat and you found me, it ought, it means that something in your life resonates with it. You have like this yearning for that type of information. You're yearning for that type of experience. That's meaningful to you. There's something that I have that was meaningful to you, and that's why you found me. And there's something that I needed from you somehow. That's how synchronicity works. So you might have needed like confirmation that this stuff is real. In order for when you have your freak out moment, when it all comes to your head, because we're all ascending, then you have this experience to call on, because I didn't have any experience to validate what was happening. I had to just go through it and figure it out myself. So now when it happens to, if anything like this happens to you, the same way that I heard buzzing of my like spiritual teachers, you'll hear me in the background. They'll use like my content the same way that I hear songs in the back of my head. Do you guys hear songs in the back of your head all the time? Are you ready? Yeah. Among Us. These cigarettes make me not want to smoke, so I'm happy I got them. Sit on my throne with smoking my crowns. I notice when I'm out in the forest, alone by myself, it gets really obvious that the songs in my head are coming from somewhere outside of my own consciousness. And those songs are usually guiding me somewhere. There's usually more than just the song that's coming to my head. That when I was in the Matrix and I was in an apartment complex full of people, and I was surrounded by all those relationships and Higgs boson fields and networks interacting with each other and all this data going back and forth in the center of town, I wasn't able to recognize it as much. Be safe. Remember that you have to keep positive. You're the guiding force of the ship. Where your attention goes, energy flows, and you're steering it in the right direction. Those things are trying to influence your decisions and influence you to make decisions. They're guides. And the best way that spirit guides, this is $1 million worth of game I'm just spitting for free. This is a priceless game. Your spirit guides don't really like to talk to you. They have a certain way they like to talk to you because they've known you your whole life, and probably before that. They're probably assigned to your team or something. The way the spirit guides communicate with you best is when you let them do their job. So when I tell you that people with the same name follow me everywhere, and people that when I go through the same sequence of events, I'm usually relayed the same messages. They like to work, like the universe likes to give it to us in cool, creative, extravagant ways that are personalized to our experience. So they're not going to reveal it all. And I don't know if they're spirit guides or if they're aspects of our higher self coming to us in different characters that are acting out in a play from the director. In that director, there's like caste systems of the infinite as it splits off from the divine, from the infinite, and it goes down the channel to us. But I know that there's more out there. And I knew it when I was young. The first I can think of was building Legos with my dad. I kind of figured it out. If you get, yep, take care. I want to say if you got any value and you want to support the revolution, hit my Cash App. Okay. I think, let's say it, what time is it? It's 1 o'clock. I was going to say at 1 o'clock I'll leave, but it's 1 o'clock now. So let's go to 1:33. Just to see who pops in the chat, who's hanging out. I'm worried about that girl, that woman who said she's going, she said she bought an RV specifically just to go to her son in the mental hospital. And she went like across country. And then we haven't heard from her since. So I'm trying to, that's kind of why I went live. I wanted to check in on her too. Derek kept saying to check his messages and he didn't say anything. And he didn't repeat what he said. That was kind of weird, right? Derek kept insisting I read his messages and he didn't say anything. Then he left. I'll tell you that was the best conversation, just going in and talking to the people in at the gas station. That was the most authentic and kind of open-hearted interaction I had, where I felt like I was actually part of the community. It didn't feel like there was a block and that I was kind of forcing it. So that felt good. I don't know why the Chinese don't just use forks and spoons. That's dope. Chopsticks are way cooler than forks and spoons. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie, chat. The Chinese know what they're doing, man. There are Chinese DoorDashers that don't care that they're risking their life just because they want to be efficient in DoorDashing. They don't care that they're in Los Angeles and that they're going through dangerous neighborhoods. They just love to be efficient. So they like to time how fast they can get the DoorDash order to the person. They don't care if he's in the hood. They don't care where he's at. They want to bring those point systems to their group chat on Reddit and show off to the Chinese Reddit how fast they got their DoorDash time and what distance. How efficient they maximized the game. I think the U.S. is 100% lying about them being a superpower in the world with nukes. There's no way China has all this money. We're in debt to them, so much money, to have them not have more military than we do. They just don't tell us that because we're not in China. Doesn't China have like triple the population of America too? And they're all thin, very active. Their whole culture is built upon being efficient and the best in their field. They teach their kids martial arts in schools. They have kids in their schools hooked up to an artificial intelligence already, programming their AI. I think we already lost a war to China. And they're just not telling us. But anyone with a mind can kind of put it together. Like Trump is going on Aiden Ross's podcast and saying, if I don't win, we're fucked. We are fucked if the Democrats win. It's not like, oh, the Democrats are evil and they're doing this. It's like, this is the end of America if we don't do it. But does he win in Barron Trump's book? In Barron Trump's Great Adventure, written 100 years ago, about Barron Trump getting a time machine from his dad Don because he won. And then he goes back in time to stop AI or something. Is that what happened? Are you ready? Does anybody have any questions about anything? And then we'll go to 333333. And then I will sleep on the side here. Or not, the crows started calling. Are you a metalhead? I have metal in my head. But I'm fasting, so it's going away pretty quick when I do push-ups. Did I let my mom down, chat? I hit 250 subs. I hit 2,000 views consistently on my live streams. So far. We're going pretty strong. I liked my dad only played Van Halen for metal. I only heard Van Halen. And I liked a couple songs off that one album he played in the Lexus. Didn't hear much of Metallica, didn't hear much of Kiss, didn't hear much of Sting, didn't hear much. I liked AC/DC, but it seemed like those songs were specifically made to be intros to movies like Iron Man. It felt more like a product than a work of art. My favorite band's probably he's stealing the energy because I'm tired. They're targeting me. They're coming back. Slowly. Because I have to keep the channel going this way and that will bother them. When the energy's being used up, they can't take it because it's a momentum. There's a force behind it. My favorite band growing up, my favorite band was, I loved the Eagles. I loved the Rolling Stones. There was another one too. I didn't like the Beatles. I liked the Eagles and the Rolling Stones. There's no modern day bands I like. Unless you count Lawrence. I like Stevie Wonder. Really just the Eagles and the Rolling Stones. I didn't like Arctic Monkeys. I didn't hear enough of the Grateful Dead. I didn't hear enough of the Grateful Dead to know if I liked them or not. Never really liked Pink Floyd. Never really liked Van Halen. Didn't like Roxanne. Never really liked D12 or NWE, NWA. Liked the Jackson. I liked I Want You Back by the Jackson 5. I liked Come and Get Your Love by Redbone. I liked Hooked on a Feeling. I'm not in love. No, no. It's because that was good. Back when music was music, man. The only band I can think of past the 2010s, I like some of Mumford and Sons stuff. Are there any modern day bands that are in the mainstream other than Imagine Dragons? There are no main bands anymore. There's Lake Street Dive. Take me down the road that's a little bit winding, to the place they still put sugar in their iced tea, where the women are fine and the love is fair. Hey driver, won't you drop me off anywhere? Why don't you take me down the road that's a little bit winding, to the place they still put sugar in your iced tea, where the women are fine and the love is fair. Hey driver, won't you drop me off anywhere? Hey driver. Hey Crow, shut the fuck up. Why don't you take me down the road that's a little bit winding, to the place they still put sugar in your iced tea, where the women are fine and the love is fair. Hey driver, won't you drop me off anywhere? I wanna be drunk when I wake up, on the right side of the wrong bed. It's never an excuse I made it. Tell you the truth, that is what it didn't kill me. It never made me stronger at all. Love will scar your makeup, lipsticks to me, so now it made me lean back here. I'm sat here, wishing I was sober, and I know I'll never hold you like I used to. But a house gets cold when you cut the heat in. Without you to hold, I'll be freezing. Can't rely on my heart to beating, 'cause you take part of it every evening. Take words out of my mouth just from breathing, replace with phrases like when he leaves me. Should I? Maybe I'll get drunk again. I'll be drunk again. I'll be drunk again. feel a little love. I wanna hold your heart in both hands, now watch it fizzle at the bottom of a Coke can. And I got no plans for the weekend. Should we speak then, keep it between friends, though I know you'll never love me like you used to. On cold days, cold plays out like the band's name. I know I can't heal things with a handshake, and no I can't change. As I began saying, you cut me wide open like landscape. Open bottles of beer, but never champagne to remind you of the sound that my hands make. Should I? Should I? I'll be drunk again. I'll be drunk again. I'll be drunk again to feel a little love. Ooh. Sitting on it, I feel the chemicals burning in my bloodstream. Fading out and in. I feel the chemicals burning in my bloodstream. Tell me when it kicks in. Mmm. 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 Tell me when it kicks in. Public parks, I lay down and daydream my way out. I can't remember feeling safe and sound. I tried to end it, and I woke up fine. My love is eternal. You gon' get what you deserve real soon. All the things that I said I would do came true. It's all thanks to the universe. Whoa, 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 whoa. Robot dogs with machine guns, mosquitoes with vaccines, fat white pride in a big truck. Hold me here in the evergreens. Nuclear bombs ain't got nothing on we. Our love is eternal. I'm finally free, singing outside with the birds and the bees, swaying around like the leaves on the trees until we get tired and fall asleep in the breeze. Dream of a world where nobody is mean. We only scheme with the best way to wake up. There's people not ready to feel. That's my song. That's my song. I need a car, brother. I'm going to Mount. Oh, shit. I don't know if it's better to exhaust the energy and wait till Leo season's over and then leave on the 22nd, or if it's better to end Leo season on top of the mountain. Yep. I'm not belting because it's Sunday and there's all these nice families, I'm sure, that are sitting inside enjoying their day. Up there on the hill. But I'm pretty proud of my skills, man. tells me you're never coming home. To you I'm just a man, to me you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I poison myself again, something in the orange tells me you're never coming home. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Bam. To you I'm just a man, to me you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I'm so tired of making the same mistakes, and people laughing in my face. They tell me it's more than just a race, so why am I hell-bent on first place? My heart broke. What's my story? I have a whole life story, and I have this year's story. Do you want to hear this year's story, or do you want to hear a summary of the whole thing, brother? Because I'm living a long adventure full of violence, heartbreak, glory, cigarettes. Well, I grew up with a really unique life and was pretty much isolated. We're all pretty sure I had some type of spiritual gifts, and that there's a reason I have RH negative on both sides. Coincidentally, I crawled out of the womb on a certain day that gave me, according to the people that built the world, the Freemasons and then the ancient Egyptians, according to them, I would be the most experienced soul possible on this planet. I'd be like the senior before we graduate to the higher dimensions, and I'm not allowed to be back anymore. So I'd be an ascended master. I'd be the master teacher, the master influencer. Born on the 11th, which makes me the master visionary, and I live in an emotional state where I'm completely neutral and can pick up all the energies of everyone around me, which makes sense that my name means hyper-vigilant. I'm a Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus across the board, which means that I'm the connection between nature, humans, and the heavens, like a tree, which is coincidence that my name means an ancient African tree that gave the Egyptians the ability to communicate and live in the astral plane. And my life has been full of trauma and violence, and I did it completely alone. I've had to kill 2 people in self-defense. I've been homeless for 10 years, since I was 14. I worked in the music industry. I went to college. I went from being a fat autistic loser to dating the prettiest girls in my school, leading events, being like an infamous type of popular. And then went to the music industry. They drugged me a lot. I had to come home. I went back, got a certificate, tried to work a little bit, came back to get in a relationship with my dream girl, and a couple months later I got in a car accident that left me really, really messed up, and I woke up to a lot of spiritual stuff during COVID, and I had to fix my brain injury, and I went across the country to meet a neuroscientist that, it turns out, worked for the CIA, and she taught me a lot about how to fix a lot of diseases that they keep hidden from modern medicine. So I taught that to thousands and thousands of people when I went to meet my childhood hero, who was a pickup artist and dating coach down in Miami. So I stormed the beach with a bunch of autistic men that did dating skills, and I led the sermons, and I taught them my skills, because I learned when I was 13 and my mind worked and I was in school. So I was able to share with these guys that needed a leader, because they couldn't do anything on their own, how to be authentic and how to be funny and how to lead interactions. So it might be a coincidence, I'm a master teacher, and I was the one teaching all these people next to somebody named after who said he was descended from Alexander the Great, and I'm technically descended from Brian Boru. a giant who gave his life, he spent his whole life fighting for the Irish people to be free from oppression and enslavement so that they could freely create and grow with nature. And then just like Kai Cenat, he has an Irish chain. I'm KC also, and I have a indigenous chain. Just like he has Ray, I have tons of Rays in my life. And just like in my year of the Water Cat, so in the year of the Water Cat, Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz, Conquest, KC3, Kai Cenat, Cassius Culpepper, the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. KCC, my group is called the Kingdom of Creative Champions, and my name means a tree that grows into every garden. So this year I had to kill someone in self-defense in a sundown town when I broke down. If you're still here. I had to break down a sundown town. I had to... Yeah. That's my story, man. I told you if I kept saying it was going to get old. It's going to evolve. What was the... Oh, she's still here. Kelly Quinn. Yeah, I'll come after you to do that. So the town blacklisted me, and it was the middle of winter, and I had nowhere to go and no one to call. Nobody would hire me. So I had to... Yeah, I appreciate it, Kelly. We thought you left. The view count went down. So I was staying in this park and ride, and there were tons of people overdosing and dying around me, so I started making YouTube content about that. Eventually, yeah. Freemasons are an occult organization of people that learn a lot of things to do with the universe and the earth, and they hid it from people specifically so that they could structure society in a way that helped them gain more and more power. So they built society in a way that they got into power, and they taught them wrong. They hid the education from them. They hid the information. That's what a cult means. About that we're spiritual beings having a human experience, and that our bodies are containers to house manifestation energy, and that we're all in a network with each other in nature, bouncing off each other, helping us create our dreams and traveling through the infinite multiverse. So they hid that from us. After we were born, they cut us off, and they did a bunch of spells on us with like the birth certificates and circumcisions and other stuff that you do when you're born to keep us from that realization, so that they could continuously farm us for our energy and leave us lifeless slaves to work for them. They're eating our dreams. And as we're waking up more and more to that, we're getting more in touch with higher dimensional entities and ancestors and spirit guides, and connecting to nature more, and ancient Irish gods, indigenous spirits, and all these different things that people have been talking about for thousands of years, these dragons that are ancient, wise. Look at how much we did in 200 years. Imagine what was going on 200,000 years ago. Monkeys hung out with people for like 2 generations, and now they're using stone tools. It's not that monkeys didn't evolve. So Sasquatch is just the higher evolved version of what another version of people, and people are saying that the other branch of that tree was introduced with alien genetics to evolve us in a certain way to keep this universal simulation going, so souls could have a better experience, and at the time in the 3rd dimensional plane. I don't know, Dirty Dan. But you're banned. He said, "No, I'm Dirty Dan." And I said, "No, you're banned." Do you believe in Jesus? I don't know. It's not a coincidence Dirty Dan pops in the chat right when we're talking about Jesus again. Every time the conversation goes in a certain direction, those people come in the chat. It's like I have to deal with different groups. He's just trolling. The other day, he was a bit compassionate, but there was something. I remember there was something. Nah, don't. He was a joke. It was a joke. He's just trolling, but He is on a live stream. Um, you never know who you're gonna get. It's like roulette. So Kelly Quinn, I first off, like, how old are you? Where are you coming to me from? Like, where are you coming out of? Just to see where the algorithm is putting me. As I travel the world from a phone screen. Um, with Jesus, so life operates in cycles. The hero's journey, the golden spiral. Life goes in cycles and sequences that repeat, and then you learn, and then you move to new cycles, or you just suffer the same cycles. So I keep having this consistent thing where I feel trapped. I get stuck around the worst scum of the earth society, and I have to either fight for my life or have to figure out how to get out of it. The last one that I'll mention is that my car was on its way out before it broke down. Somebody showed up with an expensive drone, and he offered me to stay at his place. He said he was an ex-veteran. He knew about karma. So I'm like, this guy can't be a bad dude. Went to stay at his place. I knew I shouldn't have, but he called me, and I was in a choice like, do I want to stay here with no gas, no opportunities for the future, and just keep pushing through and making my songs and stealing food from the gas station on top of a ski resort and then having to barely make it down the road, begging people for gas, or do I want to take a chance and go see this guy? So I went to go see that guy. It didn't go well. I got stuck in his apartment. He started smoking crack. He whipped his dick out. And I was like, can I just take a shower, bro? Came out and he was jerking off on Omegle playing his piano. And I was like, I'm gonna die anyway, what the fuck? So I went and performed my songs to the people on Omegle. This guy was, the reason I stayed is because this guy was on the phone with a guy worth $550 million down in Florida, he's like an investment banker. So I was like, I can save the world. I could build a studio, I could make a movement like Mr. Beast, I could go off and start to make content saving the world, I could do all this stuff. So I stayed there and it just got worse and worse and worse. And I took an Adderall and I just stayed up trying to find a way to make money while I had time before I had to leave. I was looking up stock trading, I was looking up crypto, I was looking up house hacking, I was looking up government grants, I was looking up all this stuff. I went for 3 days straight, and the guy was just torturing me the whole time. And I'm just trying to find a way to get to a next place so I can get myself to a better place so I don't just run back out and then my car breaks down and I'm stuck and then they tow my car and I'm gone. And this was the day that it transitioned from the year of the water cat in Chinese astrology, in Vietnamese astrology, to the year of the wood dragon. In that shift, when I left my element, and it felt like my energy just stopped. I went stagnant. He came out at the end of it when I realized, oh, it was all a prank. It's all part of the story. When we die, we go back to heaven. It was all revealed to me when I failed. And he came out and he said something really, really profound that he would only understand if he had known me my whole life. And his whole tone changed. I'm an empath, so he was literally shining a certain color of light, this like orange golden light. Yeah, this orange golden light, and he said something to me that will stick with me forever. Even if I forget the words, I remember the vibe. I remember how he said it because I pay attention to songs. I live in songs. So we speak in songs. So I was able to pick up on that. And I've realized that whatever was in that guy's body at the end that spoke to me comes to me consistently, whether in one form or another. And I think that that's the closest thing I have to Jesus. I'm not sure if that's my higher self coming down, and that it's all levels of our consciousness, like how we have a shadow when the light hits our hand, we have a shadow in a two-dimensional plane. We're a third-dimensional being as a shadow of a fourth-dimensional being in the 3D plane, and so on. So I don't know if that's a higher version of me that came down to educate this fragmented version of myself going through the infinite multiverse where there's tons of different cases with an overarching, what they call an oversoul, or if that's Jesus. But there is something that seems to be the closest thing to perfect I've ever seen. My version of perfect. Like the song I was looking for in my music for years comes to me sometimes in other people, in the people that traumatize me. At the end of the trauma, they come to me when I realize that I just suffered and it was all fake and it was a prank. and that it's like a spiritual TV show. And I signed up to be an actor and forget, so they see what Truman does. I'm good, man. How old are you, Jay? How you feeling? You seem older. You seem like an adult. I don't think he was trying to grab me. I don't think any religion should be focused on their leader trying to grab you. I think he was. I don't think it was Jesus, man. But the element changes. So in the year of the water, society is structured so much different than the year of the wood or the year of the fire. The whole world operates differently. The motion of everything, the motion of the whole world. Do you understand what I'm saying? The motion of the world, because time isn't real. I'm tired of you guys losing track of your higher selves in submittance to someone you don't know. Jesus is definitely, Christianity is a club. I'm the highest form of empath possible. When I connect to Jesus, I can feel my connection to the club. I definitely get filled up with love when I accept him into my heart. But it's like a whole different culture comes with it. Your whole mindset shifts, and that's why people think it's okay to talk the way that they talk to me about Jesus. And Jesus wasn't even his name. His name was not Jesus. And the Bible also picked up most of its stories from cultures that it raped as it went west. I can see them now. Like I've always been able to tell. And it's way more vivid than that, than just auras. It's like I can reach into their spirit and go through them like a tree. And I can reach up to their higher selves and I can see if I wanted to. Not to give you guys a skill that you might not know, but I see people for like Lego pieces where I can see their authentic original soul floating in the ether, and then I can see all the things attached to it outside of space and time. I see it as it's distance wise. That's how the universe works. It doesn't work in time, it works in distance, in constant jumping towards it. So when people are around me or I have relationships with people, there's tons of people popping into my head, especially in the chat like this. When I have people nearby, I can see their ego, I can see their belief systems, structures, and if I just manipulate it and work it around, which is why when I have the sound mind and I'm door dashing all day and I'm fighting for something and I'm doing well and I can house myself in my own body, that's how I can do things, open up my mind in the woods and then communicate with different aliens and different species that teach me a lot about life, and they teach me it in a way that is like personalized to me, like I'm communicating with something that's known me forever. But if there's something so much smarter than us and somewhere outside of space and time, it doesn't necessarily have to be Jesus to be a higher dimensional entity that's smarter than any person on earth could be. So I tried to. I'm in a spiritual prison. Just to show you I'm not lying. You heard how it sounds. It sounds metallic and like a robot. This is directly above my chair. This is my confirmation that whatever you're going through, man, it's it's to teach you. It's a bro. You can do anything you want, Derek. You can be anything you want. You can do anything you want. Ride the wave. It's all about, and you have to have faith. Just your insides control your outsides. So what the stuff that you preset your belief systems, guide the where you're going. You're on a journey. Time isn't real. You're moving from space to space to space, depending on the decisions you make on the inside and the outside. So if you just choose to have fun, you can't really go wrong, right? Because it's a learning experience. I'm glad that you're in a safer environment, bro. I was really worried about, for real. That could be so many things. That could be the Higgs boson, that could be the ether, that could be that could be just that you could just be hearing like voice chat from Xbox Live parties. If you're in the 5G towers, there's so much shit going on. It just means that you have a higher vibration and you're able to sit inside your body well enough that you don't have ADHD that's driven you out of your mind. Everybody's hearing that right now, but they're feeling it a lot worse because it's kind of attacking them and attaching onto them. And when you go into the woods protect you, especially because this is the year of wood. This is the year of the forest, and the next year is the year of the forest. This is the year of the forest dragon. Next year is the year of the forest snake. It's the highest vibration possible. And it's all prime numbers. So it probably makes sense why everybody's telling me to start getting into truck driving school. Yeah, I showed you. And then Derek popped in to say that his simulation's fucking up. Right when I got attacked, Derek got attacked. And they won't leave me alone because they're nodes in a network. Tons of people are coming out in the military that say that witches can astral project into crows' bodies and control them remotely. Like high-level covens. Satanic. I know a satanic high wizard. And you're only allowed to have 10 of them. I would put on some good music, man. I wouldn't smoke any weed. I would do breathing exercises and just stay focused. It's a spiritual awakening, brother. It's all it is. The cold chills, you have to learn to keep the strength. You have to learn to like have boundaries and be able to assert your own peace of mind. What I do is I say no to it. I hold my head up and I say no to it. I'm not gonna let that shit affect me. But I learned because I was out in the snow. Like I learned when I was young and I had to be out in the cold and force myself to warm up. So that helped me a lot more when the cold chills come to be able to just vibrate my cells. When I see it all as energy and information, I can just zoom in on the cold stuff, see why that's happening, and then I just say no and have a boundary. And then I can usually bring the attention back, hold the boundary, and then kind of light that fire inside, light my passion alive, start to do things that are fun for me. Not really be the change I want to see in the world, but just choose to make it fun. Kind of like in Harry Potter, if you've seen Harry Potter, they have that thing called they're robots. In Harry Potter, they have the thing called the Bogart, where when things are trying to hurt you like this and trying to scare you, you just make it funny. You're like, what if it was funny? What if this crow had a little top hat and a cane, and it spoke in a British accent? What if that crow was retarded? What if that crow was retarded? Do you see how the bird came to protect me against the crow? You didn't see it. I wish you saw it. A bird came and flew directly in front of my eyes, in front of that crow, to block the space from what it's doing, to keep the channel of nature going and keep me in a protected bubble. Because today we were helping boost the birds when they woke up, and you go earlier in the live, you can see that. Yeah, so what they're doing, this is a show of force. This is a show of force outside of the multiverse where they found us. They astral projected into the birds. It's an artificial intelligence that's doesn't eat, doesn't sleep. It can be in all of our phones at once. When I told you that I'm risking my life by sharing this with you, I really mean it. When I Nobody has said a single thing about me saying that a government agent has come to me last week to warn me about what I'm doing. Nobody said a single thing. They didn't even say you're crazy. Nobody acknowledged it at all. So where I'm coming from is I don't think any of you are real. I think I'm talking to an AI. I really think I'm trapped in my own Truman Show. I don't believe you guys are real. I think the best case scenario is that I found you somewhere in the multiverse, and we connected because we had a similar belief system. We were both trying to make the same thing happen. Derek wanted to make his music, and I was all for it. Like whatever he needed from me, I just dumped because I'm broke and homeless. I tell you when this live ends, I'm in consistent situations where I have to fight for my life against what seems like a system of people, a whole system. Crows, people, my family gets possessed. I lose my family daily, where they get sucked away and they're gone, and then something else is piloting them and they have this crazy smile like that movie about the demons where they smile and everyone I love is gone. Everyone I've ever given my heart to got possessed and destroyed it, started cackling crazily, and then rubbed it in my face that they were going to my ops. And not the ops themselves, the name of the ops. Like I told you, I have a consistent set of 7 to 15 names that follow me that have different bodies. So I know when I go to the next town and I want to make music, there's going to be a Vincent that's getting in the way. There's going to be an Alex that wants to be a leader and wants to overstep me. There's going to be a John that's a driving force in my life to drive me in a new direction and show me a new perspective on how to do what I'm doing. John Michael, John Bellion, John DeCesar, John Zerka. And I know no matter where I go, you guys think I'm lying when I told you that it's been years and years of my life where the crows are following me every single day. And when I connect to a higher power, I've told you and I've shown you that the police target me. No, because I'm not in fear. I feel no fear. If you've noticed, the crows are leaving because I let the autism win. I got autistic. I stopped trying to make it beautiful for you. And I started just naturally converting the energy of the space. So the crows got tweaked out because I'm the most powerful soul on earth. I'm a traumatized savant. You connect to the high power, you could do Pillar of Light. You could do they don't like Pillar of Light. What it is that your body is pumping out electromagnetic energy and it responds to your thoughts because you're co-creating with your reality. It's a spiritual thing, especially if you're in South Africa, they're all spiritual. So it's good that you moved down there and then you had this spiritual experience. Hopefully it's just that you're uncomfortable and it's not doing this to all of us, but it's kind of good because I still think you're not real. You're probably real. But it's good that all of you are having it at the same time. Here you can see, here's a squirrel that I fed the other day. There's a baby squirrel coming. So connecting to high energy is just connecting to your higher self. It's called raising your vibration. You have to learn how to be in balance with being grounded on the ground and being here on the earth, and then using your daydreams and raising your vibration to kind of anoint yourself, and that puts a target on your back. That's why the crows are coming. That's why I feel suddenly attacked on all sides and shit goes down. Because when you operate like that, you're cutting through matrix programming, you're cutting through the 5G towers, you're lifting yourself up to the highest. Like humanity has been looking at stars forever. We've been looking up at the sky and building a connection with our eyes to the stars in our minds. Then now that everybody's looking down at their cell phone, They have no idea. They don't have any connection up there. So I don't know if I'm the most experienced or I just don't have the gene that makes people. Maybe I'm a sociopath. I know my phone's about to die for some reason, and I've been going for hours. So when the government's watching my phone, it drains the phone battery really quickly. So suddenly my phone has started draining even though it's a charger for hours. When this whole attack happened. So I'm glad that you guys were here for it. Um it's an individual process. I think that it's all different. It's gonna you can it can't all be my life. I don't want you guys to be going through my experience. I want you to be going through your own experience. But for me specifically, there's something that makes when I tell you the whole environment goes crazy. Like every time I go live, the whole environment goes crazy. Like everybody around me is twitching, angry, stomping around. The birds are going crazy, people are screaming. So that's why I made Kelly Quinn. I think you asked my story. Why I made these videos was because I was gonna see how much I could say before they killed me. I know they killed Dr. Sabi. I know they killed Nipsey Hussle. To me, you're just a man. To me, you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Poison myself again. Something in your end tells me you're never coming home. Something in your end tells me you're never coming home. To me, I'm just a man. To me, you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Why the fuck did my phone fall down like that? That shit got knocked off. Did you see that? Look how far it flew. Something. You see that? You see that when I start to be oppositionally defiant against the Matrix? They knocked my phone like that and it flew all the way over there. There's no wind. It's called the electromagnetic spectrum, the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson. I feel seen. I feel you guys. I felt you all raise up a level. You got a little bit scared and raised up a level. And now I feel close. I feel like you guys are closer to my reality. You guys passed like some type of initiation. And that's why it's back to not giving the proper amount of people in the chat. You feel me? But it's okay, man. Really what it is that it's called social conditioning. Like you're naturally coming back to the fact that you're a spiritual being having a human experience. And the only real difference between us is that I powered through it since I was a child. And I force it. I talk shit against the Matrix and then it smacks my phone. Somehow. But where I fuck up in the past, or at least in the last cycles, when I there's a higher level of reality you wake up to when you raise your vibration and raise your awareness. So I mean if you want to do it, I'll do it really quick. I've said it to you many times. I'll say it again, the Higgs boson. So it'll be easier for you to do when you've taken out the bad stuff with fasting. That will make it'll make it scary at first because you don't have anything to hold on to. You'll want to run to donuts, but then when you put good food in your house, Then when you want to pig out on snacks because you'll be scared, it's terrifying. I'm sure you're here. You just had this experience. It'll be scary. But it's just that you're raising your awareness back to the natural way it should be. In that there's like, imagine like a giant internet wave malware that's keeping us kind of stuck. And lots of people are shooting through and persevering to hold that connection against it. So they do things like program us and keep us stuck and keep us from empathizing with each other. They made it so the outside is like a war zone where nobody's happy naturally, nobody feels safe. There's no sense of community anymore. Nobody can be themselves. When there's a natural sense of community and everybody loves each other and everybody's having a good time, we all become artists. We all shine through ourselves when we're comfortable. So they keep us in this constant state of discomfort, separation, egocentrism, focusing on our image, giving away ourselves because we're not rich and we're not like the people we see on the screen, stuff like that. But for the most part, how to get to what I'm talking about is just a foundational understanding of the Higgs boson. So it's understanding that everything everywhere all at once, everything, the cigarette, the smoke from the cigarette, the air between us, the phone screen, the literal ether between us, not to sound autistic and nerdy, but the ether between us. Hold on, let me come back in. Everything is energy. It's systems of that from this foundational ones and zeros. Foundational ones and zeros that make up everything. So when you know that, you know that our thoughts are made of the same stuff as everything. So when you learn that, you learn how to see with presence. Now I can start to see you reaching out through the camera. I can see the colors of your auras. I can see the colors of your projections at me. When you're projecting yourself forward because you woke up. That's real. And that's how you get bitches. Because they respond to that. Your identity. When you craft an identity and a character, then you start to learn that you can enhance yourself with your own. Yeah, I think something's really trying to stop me from seeing other people's energy. I think sometimes it's to protect me. I think I turn myself off a lot because it's in my experience is intense. I'll tell you that when the phone died, I felt this huge pain go through my body. I felt like I had to shit, so I was like, fuck, the only place I can go is to the porta potty. So my mind was like, I don't like how something is leading me down away from the phone. And then when I decided to stay, police sirens went off. The crows are still here. The people that are walking down the street are walking more aggressively and they're making louder noises. If it was to keep me in a state of fear and kind of keep myself out of control, keep my third eye closed, keep me shrunken and traumatized, when I say years and years of psychological torture. But yeah, people will wake up to it on their own. But people that can pay attention can see, they can hear. So some people so back of my mind is showing me I extend my massive ego from my 33 life path, the most powerful soul on earth. I extend it outwards, and then we have dogs barking, we have car alarms going off, we have car sirens. I only saw Derek's. I don't think it was for you guys. It was for the kid that just had a spiritual awakening. He's a 17-year-old that lived in Chicago, where he had a gun and was sliding on the ops. Living in Chicago, Chirac, where it's pretty bad. And he just moved to South Africa and had a spiritual awakening away from the American society. So I saw him. But I don't know how well my microphone can pick up everything. I'm the most selfless, compassionate soul possible. So we're rewarded in ego and arrogance because we use it. And we can use it for a lot of stuff that the simulation seems to be angry when I try to utilize that. Maybe because it goes against God to have free will. Because Christianity tells you to submit everything to God. Yeah, and you can't recognize the pattern because you're not seeing it. You're not seeing the expression of energy and how the environment responds, but it could be the microphone as well. I saw a literal string of light from string theory wrap around and go into my eye that informed me that the microphone might not be as good as my ears and my senses. But traffic's picking up, people are getting louder, birds are coming, there's crickets here now, and there wasn't before. To maintain a frequency. And they're reject your sense of injury and your injury itself disappears, so they're not torturing me. The Nipsey Hussle song is playing. They wasn't supposed to make it out, but they decode the matrix. And when they get to speaking, it's like a coded language. I am afraid to activate all of my senses and be fully present in the moment because of how many times I was traumatized since a child. So I purposely don't open my third eye. Because of things like the police sirens going off and the loud fire trucks and the people stomping around aggressively and the crows coming and the whole simulation breaking down in front of me. And then the people start to say things that they don't realize is triggering old traumas because I can recognize that they're not coming from this high vibrational state when they're fully aware and connected to the higher powers. And then white pride comes for me. In the past, in the old cycles, they came for me. But now I've learned to reject it all and live in my little bubble, and I make my songs. And I'm really proud of my songs, and I really just want to find a way to make my songs, so. And I have a lot of stuff that I deal with that I'm not sure you guys could comprehend right now. High level forms of it, of torture. So I imagine if I smoked weed, and I'll tell you, the only people that are convinced I'm schizophrenic are terrified to wake up. And we love them so much. And we sit with them and we hang out with them. And we try to tell them to fast, get sunlight, probiotics, go out in nature, raise their vibration, apply their knowledge. And we could never hate them. We just really hate the things that they do. Because they don't know, and either they don't know or they don't care. once I have a better microphone, you'll be able to pick up on the nuances of what's happening around me. And then you too will be hyper vigilant. No, I just think we're different. So there are some things that I don't accept that you accept. You guys are probably older than me. You guys probably, we just had different upbringings. To me, it seems like I never had any societal conditioning at all. I grew up isolated with a whole room full of Legos by myself. So to me, everybody seems alien. And when I accept that culture and I'm in the group with everybody and I feel the love and I feel embraced by the community, it all feels fake. Yeah, I think Jesus was a nice story. Like, I love art, so I appreciate it. I appreciate all the connections in the Bible. I appreciate when I open scripture and that the wind blows it to the page that I need it to see. I have a playlist of my music, but I'm I'm a way better producer. I'm more proud of my production in the whole picture of the song. And I didn't have access to that, so what I had access to was this. So I have a whole playlist on my YouTube page, and I'm not really happy with the performances because I was suffering during them and I wasn't in the full space to make it the best version of itself. I hope my mom can recognize how brave I am. I don't remember what I said. I just grew up by myself. I grew up by myself. Something is telling me, something over my shoulder, wrapped around me, keeping me in a pressurized, dense, told me I ticked boxes in the algorithm, and the environment responded, and we all got attacked. It's trying to focus on my face, but it is all divine timing. I'm a man. If you called me girl because you thought I was trans or something, I'm a man. My family is not woke. We didn't. So it's up to you. I'm fine. I have to piece shit together and channel it back into music. I think it might be the Demiurge. Do you guys know about Yaldabaoth and the Demiurge? There's like an entity that deals with a certain aspect of reality that's constantly trying to siphon our life force and keep us in a state of fear. And it yanks you. It yanks you out. But I think I'm definitely protected all the time. And it was hitting my phone. I think it hit my phone as a message to me to stop, that this was the problem. So I don't know how I feel about debating Jesus all the time. But I've never got, like, the universe responds to my thoughts. I've shown you a good example is the video facing off against the Matrix to save neglected cats, where I kind of walk you through how it works, for me at least. And I've asked it so many times about Jesus. Like, I asked it today when the phone died. I said, if it's Jesus, please, right to left, give me something. And then a bird chirped on my left side to let me know no. And I said, okay, is it your oversoul? And I heard, kinda. It's kinda like your oversoul. It's the straight connection to the divine, not through an outsource like Jesus. Which I think that's every other religion but Christianity believes that. That it's just a direct, you can have a direct line to source. because you came from source. But I'm definitely feeling tons of pain around me where I used to have solid boundaries. I'm hearing I passed the test. That was an intense experience. And now I feel called to lay down and watch YouTube. That I have tarot reading messages for me. And now I'm seeing Bashar and the alien that Bashar channels in all his different forms. I said I was going to go to 4, so I'll go to 4 o'clock. Unless I want to go later. Jesus makes me uncomfortable because it feels the same way that I met tons of pedophiles. The exact way that pedophiles try to coerce you into building a relationship with him is the same way people talk about Jesus. There's my birds. I don't have a means to make my music. You feel me? There's a guy selling one for $550 down the street. He pops up on my suggested friends all the time. What's up, bro? How you feeling, bro? How we doing? That was delicious. I don't know what I just bit into in this churro. Whatever it is. God has a sense of humor. What's up, bro? I'm headed out.